Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning. It really is nice to see everybody. I just knock on wood that this will continue and we don't go backwards, that's for sure. This is the Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Commission meeting of Thursday, May 19th, 2022. Will you please take the roll?
Commissioner Kern?
Here.
Commissioner Doherty?
Here.
Commissioner Floyd?
Here.
Commissioner Japon Porter?
Here. Oh.
Commissioner Miletus?
Here.
Commissioner Raval is coming.
Yeah, we're gonna leave the roll open for him. He'll be here at 9:30.
Okay. And Chair Osmo.
Here. So where is the commission gonna sit? Just that?
Right there.
He's
We
gonna,
moved him, it looks like.
he's gonna rebel.
He is.
As he did.
I said the wrong one.
We're creatures of habits. This is gonna be interesting. Oh. Yeah, he won't like that. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the April 21st, 2022 commission meeting. Commissioners, you've had a chance to look at everything. Any comments? Okay,
Chair,
Commissioner?
I move to approve the April 21st, 2022 commission meeting minutes as written.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty?
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd?
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter?
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus?
Yes.
Chair Osmo?
Yes. Update of the Oregon wine industry. Tom, you're up first. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for allowing us to come and witness this historic new seating arrangement. It is the highlight of our week so far.
I guarantee you, we're not gonna hear the end of this.
Our intention is to get in and out before any fireworks start. Okay, if we begin.
Yes, please.
For the record, my name is Tom Danowski with the Oregon Wine Board.
I'm Maria Ponce. I'm here with the Oregon Wine Growers Association.
And we're glad to have this chance to come before the commissioners. Our intention today is to provide, as we do every several months, an overview, a brief overview of what's happening in Oregon's wine economy. And we were told that there are
You're good. I'm sorry.
there are a couple of new commissioners that might benefit from just a little bit of information. We'll try to be brisk with that. And also talk a little bit about some of the regulatory and policy issues and market dynamics that we see as we all emerge from our bunkers post-COVID and get back to something that resembles normalcy. Thank you, Laura, for the slides. And I'm ready for the next one. This is kind of a very timely presentation for us. About 11 years ago, the governor at that time designated May every year as Oregon Wine Month, and it has become now an even bigger national promotion than we had envisioned when it first got kicked off. The next slide will show you just a little bit of the support that we get from the nation's biggest wine and spirits wholesaler, Southern Glazer. They have this splash page up on their website that is designed for all of their customers in multiple states. On their commerce website, when customers go to order from Southern Glazer Wine and Spirits, the first thing they see during the month of May is this reminder that it's Wine Month. And we're getting similar support from large wholesalers around the country like RNDC and Breakthrough Beverage and Winebow. Local distributors here like Mitchell Wine Group in Boston, Martinetti, the list just goes on. It's really been a real positive chance to focus distributor and customer attention on Oregon Wine Month. I wanted to just kind of now move ahead and give you a little bit of a scorecard of our Oregon wine industry. I'll give you just a minute with that slide. By way of background, what's really interesting about the wine sector is that in our state, which has historically been an economy propelled over, the last many, many decades by natural resource extraction, we're now seeing continued sort of rebalancing of Oregon's economy. And what makes Oregon's wine sector unique is that we are right at the front edge of that new sector that's emerging in value-added, premium branded agriculture that drives tourism. And also because of the quality and the premium pricing model that is in place for many, not all, but many Oregon wineries, it gives our retail and restaurant customers a chance to make a reasonable profit. So we are really at an important sort of leading edge of the agritourism economy as a really critical piston in the state's economic engine. So we're really glad to have that position. We are now just right close to 1,000 wineries, and that's all over the state. Oregon has 21 federally recognized agricultural districts known as viticultural areas that are specifically approved by the Department of Treasury and TTB for being distinctive and unique for grape growing. You can see our planted acreage. You can see all of our trend lines. The last point I'll make on this slide before moving on is that the last line there showing 65,000 tons harvested is a significant decline, as you see in the lower right, again, because of that year's wildfires. The fall 2020 wildfires continue to reverberate through our business. We'll have our 21 numbers next time we're with you. There's a lot on here, but please.
One quick question, that is a significant decrease. Because of the fires, will it come back next year, or will it be a couple of years before you can see that back again?
It's a great question, Chair Rosenbaum. When there is a significant supply disruption as we experience, we certainly weren't alone. Fall wildfires have become a phenomenon of West Coast agriculture now. But 2020 was quite unique in that, as opposed to prior years when fire activities were largely focused in the Rogue and Umpqua Valleys, 2020 was really statewide. And we have seen a tremendous amount of resilience in our industry, but that year in particular was a profound setback. And because we're just now getting into the red wines that age a couple years after a harvest, wineries are having to be very, very careful about balancing inventories to cover the production downfall, but we think it'll bounce back. 21 was generally a very, very good harvest. We're a little worried about 22, quite frankly, because of recent frost that I'll touch on in just a minute. But what's unique is that although we have supply disruptions, I'll talk in just a minute about the tremendous demand that we're seeing for Oregon wine, almost beyond what we can satisfy, and I'll talk about why that is. I would like, let me just stop and see if I spoke to your question,
Yeah,
Chair
that's fine,
Rosenbaum.
thank you.
I'll grab just a couple numbers off here if I could. In the upper right, you see the $7 billion number in total economic impact from Oregon's wine industry statewide. And that is pre-COVID. We did see that number dip down about 21% in 2020 because of COVID and fires combined. But we're going to be refreshing that number, but that's the pre-COVID number. And your point, Chair Rosenbaum, about building back, that's the marker we're going to get to again and surpass, we hope. The other number I want to highlight is right below that, 40,000 statewide jobs attributable to our wine sector. Wine touches every one of Oregon's 36 counties in some form or another, through sales, through viticulture, through wine production, you name it. And the last point I want to highlight is the very bottom of the slide where I mention wine-related tourism, which I mentioned at the top of my remarks. You can see that's very nearly, under normal circumstances, not COVID, but very nearly $1 billion sector. And my colleague, Maria Ponzi, is a governor appointee to the Oregon Board of Tourism Commissioners, and she will have some comments in just a few minutes about the importance of wine tourism in Oregon's overall tourism economy. And I think I've covered most of this, and I want to move briskly. I do want to comment on something that is quite unique about wine. I mentioned that it's premium branded agriculture. I don't know how many brands of strawberries or blueberries you can name. I can't name very many. But think of yourself standing in front of the wine aisle in a grocery store or any kind of store. You're just almost just hypnotized by the number and the overwhelming number of choices that exist in the wine category. I used to work for Coca-Cola and Starbucks, and when you look at the grocery store, really one of the very few categories that's like this might be breakfast cereals. Just the amount of consumer choice is really remarkable. And I bring that up because what makes wine also uniquely different than the other sectors in Oregon's ag economy is the importance of wine critics. And here's an example of one. And I'll just give you a minute with that quote because it's really quite flattering to the winemakers of Oregon. And in James's last sentence, he hits on something that is helping to reshape our wine sector, which is the emergence. Do you need to welcome or make a comment?
No, let you go finish it.
Thank you. The last sentence here just builds on the tremendous base that Oregon's Pinot Noir variety has established for Oregon now with a bookend of Chardonnay, and that's the white wine if you're not a wine person, but those are the two classic grapes of Burgundy in France, and they're now kind of combining together to enhance Oregon's reputation even further. Here's one of our Oregon winemakers on the state's, this is the country's most widely circulated consumer magazine dedicated to wine. So it really matters. Restaurateurs read this, wine shop owners see this, you'll see scores printed on little cards and taped up to shelves wherever you shop. So unlike my colleagues in blueberries or hazelnuts or whatever, we have all the market dynamics to deal with. Then we have media dynamics to deal with because every wine that's made, or many wines that are made, are scored on 100-point scales. And imagine if all of our work was scored on a 100-point scale and it was advertised to the world, I think we'd be pretty serious and focused about the work that we put in. Oregon usually does very well in all of these ratings. I always get worried putting up Nielsen charts in front of Chair Rosenbaum, but this is
We have to live with them whether we like it or not.
that's how we view it as well. I bring this up for a couple of reasons. Number one, it shows Oregon's market share position on a couple of dynamics, and I'll just go through them real quick. What it's showing you is our market share for the year calendar 21, but it compares to pre-COVID 2019. 2020 was so disrupted by hotel, restaurant, resorts, catering closures that a lot of the volume went to off-premise stores. So we did see an unusual surge in our off-premise business in 20. What's important is that everybody else saw the same surge. So you'll see in just a minute how we compare to the other states. But what's unique about our competitive position for Oregon is that we only make about 1.5% of the country's wine here in Oregon. 1.5% of the country's wine is made here in Oregon. Far less than 1% of the world's wine is made in Oregon. But you can see our market share. We have about 2% market share nationally on the far left. Here in Oregon, in the home market, it's getting close to 18% market share. Again, excellent adoption and support for our community by Oregon consumers. And then the right side of the chart kind of speaks for itself. What I do want to point out is what's in the parentheticals under each percentage. It just shows the advance and the growth in the share positions versus the pre-COVID-19. So while COVID was certainly not anything we want to repeat, Oregon's market share position here in Washington, in California, and nationally did tick up just a little bit during COVID.
Can you go back to
Sure.
the slide? I can't resist asking this question. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if the Northwest Grocers Association would have been successful in putting this on the ballot, which they're not. What effect, if it would have passed, what effect would this percentage of anything would have? I mean,
Good question.
is there any way to determine that or no?
Please go ahead. I've got a thought, but go right ahead, please. No, go right ahead.
I think it's very hard to know, to be honest with you. I think obviously our concern is that it would have been more difficult for Oregon wineries to get that representation. I also feel that it's important to note that in gratitude for this commission, the ability for Oregon wineries to deliver during COVID, during that 2020 downturn with our direct to consumer sales is indicative, I think, of this Oregon share. That was a huge relief for small wineries, but also wineries of midsize to be able to deliver directly to their consumers in the state of Oregon. So I just want to mention that was a big part of our success of 2020.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer, nobody does, but my gut tells me it would have been a significant.
Absolutely. And that's why we were pleased to see that it had been taken off the table. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's a very interesting question, Chair Rosenbaum. If I could go back, because we do have some relevant learning in that orange bar off on the right, showing what's happened in Washington State, where privatization was enacted. And through some really smart work by our distributor partners and winemakers, we've been able to hold share and grow it just a little bit. But the primary impact that I think my colleague is referring to, and I would have to echo because we see it in some other states, is that it's highly unlikely, in fact, that any wine sections are going to expand. They will, in fact, get squeezed a little bit to make room for other products. So when you've got a large share number like we do in the home market of almost 18%, you do wind up with a little bit of a bullseye on your back when compression takes place. And so it's not a dynamic that we're enthused about, even though we've survived it in Washington State.
I think the same can be said for our small craft Oregon brewers too. The same impact would
No question about that.
You know, that's a very good point, Commissioner Floyd, because it does give me a chance just to comment on the similarity in market structure in our craft beer sector here, and your family has some experience in craft beer and in wine, both largely dominated by small family-owned businesses.
Yeah, and I think it's goes without saying too that we would be squeezed for those higher premium products, which are again small batch brewers, as well as the high premium wines that we are known for in this area. So that's something to consider.
This chart takes us back to a comment I made just a minute ago when I put a slide up there of the Wine Spectator magazine, because this shows their scores and the impact of their scores. And what it's showing you is for each region, which is indicated along the bottom, each region and country, it's showing you for that region what proportion of the wines that Wine Spectator editors reviewed from that region scored at their 90 to 100, their highest level. So that tells you 67% of the Oregon wines in 2021 from Oregon reviewed by Wine Spectator were scored at the 90+ level. And you can see how we compare to everybody else. So this is in one slide. I think this really captures the essence of Oregon's competitive position in the worldwide winescape. What I mentioned a minute ago is that Oregon is just about 1.5% of American production. But look at the proportion of the highest rated wines from around the world that Oregon represents. In the parentheticals at the very bottom, look at the price, and you'll notice the value equation that is becoming self-evident to consumers around the world, to fine restaurant owners, to wine shop owners, even to buyers at Costco and chains around the world. It's pretty difficult to beat the value proposition that Oregon represents. That's a huge part of what's fueling Oregon momentum. It's also a huge reason why we continue to see outside investment in Oregon. It's not that uncommon every 2 or 3 months, sometimes more frequently, to see another company from around the world or around the country making what is often their first investment in wine outside their home country, making it right here. That trend started about almost 40 years ago, and it continues because in a slow growth sector like fine wine, to have a rapidly growing segment of it that you can invest in where the real estate is more affordable here than say in California, it's a really compelling proposition.
Sure.
And
Is that an entirely positive impact on the local one?
it's a
Having outside investors?
good question, Commissioner. It does have two sides to it. Larger companies coming and investing in Oregon are helpful in many ways, but they are another source of competition for labor. They are another source of competition for the consumer. But on balance, I would say it does tend to be a positive. They often bring with them large sales organizations, production expertise, economies of scale, PR machines that can help advance brand Oregon. But it's not without some caution. I think that's where you were perhaps going with the question. I would agree. It's not always positive, but we do see on balance net positive effects from having companies that are well regarded, wanting to see Oregon succeed, putting their corporate muscle to the extent that they have it behind advancing the cause.
First up, my call is actually being late. Seemed I had a rather small procedure before I got here. And secondly, it has not escaped my attention that back when the nuns made me sit next to them, I will not change and not get in trouble because the sheriff has now changed my seat and I have to sit next to him. Just so you know.
Just so you know, we all knew that you were gonna say that.
Sister Mary Robert has not escaped yet, so
Do I know my commissioners?
just so you know, me and the nuns are still just like this. Does this chart include our white as well as our red? In our
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's a reflection of all Oregon scores and every other region scores by Wine Spectator editors. And this is the kind of thing that just gets noticed around the world, and it's
Thank you.
every single one of those regions wish they had that blue bar. The other thing I want to comment on real briefly is that a critical element of our strategic plan at the Oregon Wine Board, which it's the commodity board responsible for all the state's marketing and communications and research and education work. A key part of our strategy is to try to help those wineries that are built to compete more broadly get more market expansion, get additional availability and distribution. This shows over 3 years, from 18 to 21, the cumulative points of availability. It's an easier way to track distribution than just simply percentage terms. But what I've indexed it off is 100 for 3 years ago, and you can see that during the period that we've been dealing with COVID, again, because of that surge in the off-premise sector that we've all dealt with because of the shutdown in restaurants, you can see that the availability of Oregon wine nationally is 38% greater than it was. That little 138 in the paren up in the upper right corner, 38% more availability. Again, demand driven by quality and driven by superior market execution from wineries and wholesalers. I'll pick up the pace here. Another key sector for us is direct to consumer. And this is kind of a complicated chart, but I'll just ask you to look at just the two green numbers. It just shows Oregon in the direct to consumer sector. Now I'm completely off of Nielsen. Now I'm looking at the direct to consumer sector, which is both wine clubs when a winery ships to its wine club members, and also when consumers visit tasting rooms. All those sales factor into direct to consumer. You can see Oregon's trend of +40 versus the pre-COVID year of 19, and the national trend of 20%. And our source here is a group called Community Benchmark that tracks all the individual direct to consumer sales for wineries. But it's just the kind of the counterpoint, the bookend to the Nielsen numbers, where we see strong growth. We're seeing it in direct to consumer as well. The last point I'll touch on is kind of counterweight to the wildfires that I mentioned in 2020. And it was some pretty surprising frost about 4 weeks ago. If you were in the Portland area on Monday, April 11th, you saw that surprise snowstorm. And that cool weather continued all week right into Easter Passover weekend. And at the end of that week, we had temperatures, as this headline mentions, right under the picture. You can see the caption. This thing says 26 degrees in the North Willamette Valley. And grapevines get pretty sensitive to anything below 29 degrees. And that's normally not a problem, but it is a problem when it's a spring frost and that fall's buds have started to emerge and get ready for the growing season. And in the cases of many Chardonnay vineyards, particularly in the North Willamette, but all over the state, Chardonnay was a little bit more vulnerable. It tends to emerge early from the winter, the protection that it has during the winter. So it's a little too early to tell what our 2022 harvest will look like, but for some people, they will notice serious impacts. In fact, I was talking to a Rogue Valley grower about 10 days ago, and he said they had some Mother's Day snow down there. And so it doesn't want to let go quite yet. And we experienced it yesterday with wind and cool weather that's continuing. So we're keeping a very, very close eye on how these vines recover from frost. But it is in some cases serious. We're not calling it devastating, but in some areas it is serious. And we're going to be keeping an eye on it as the growing season continues. But to keep us moving, I'm going to yield to my colleague from the Oregon Wine Growers Association.
Thanks, Tom. Just to add on to that, as a vineyard owner myself, I think it's important to also note that the frost did affect a lot of the younger vines more than the mature and older vines. So that is something to keep in mind. And like all agriculture, it affected different parts of the region in different ways. I think as we are seeing warming temperatures, and hopefully this weekend we start to turn into even warming, more warmth, we will start to see a rapid increase in growth. But it is a little bit too early to tell the impact this frost will have. But we're keeping an eye on it, and we're hopeful that grapevine will come back and enjoy some sunshine very shortly, like the rest of us. So. And I also just wanted to quickly tap back on the comment that was made about the outside interest into the industry. My family's winery was one of the oldest, established back in 1970. We recently sold to the Bollinger family out of Champagne, France, a year ago, May. And I think one thing to consider when we have these outside investors is that they does bring to Oregon a level of prestige, which you cannot, certainly for Oregon wineries, very difficult to buy that kind of prestige otherwise. We are small family wineries, and when a large company of that kind of stature comes in, not only does it help Oregon's wine industry, but I think it really propels our tourism industry as well, and just all other economies of our state. So
when you say you sold to,
pardon me?
when you say you sold to a company in France,
Yes.
does that mean you're out of it, or are you managing it, or what?
I am officially out of it, Chair, as of January, this past January.
So they take over the whole farm? You're
Yes,
not-
sir. Yes, they personally.
Is that the general rule?
No. Every deal is different, of course. My family has retained all of our vineyards. So our family in particular, we farm over 140 acres. So we have become farmers again. As my father says, we're back to growing fruit. So yeah, so every deal is different, but I think it's just important for the commission to understand that these can be, I think, very favorable transactions for the state of Oregon. So I will put my hat on as the president of the Oregon Wine Growers Association. For those of you who may not know, we are the advocacy organization of the wine industry. We've been around for many, many decades, and we continue to be really the voice of our industry down in Salem and across into DC. So I thought I would just talk, I should also mention that our executive director, Jana McCamey, is typically the person who would be reporting you today. So I'm going to try to follow in her very large footsteps and giving you a quick report of what we've been working with your commission on recently. So I only have one slide. The first topic is the online tax collection system. And we want to note that we appreciate the OLCC's efforts to engage the wine industry stakeholders, including the OWA, in the process of designing the online tax collection system. As many of you may know, after the initial demonstration of the system, we have received some concern with the significantly increased administration burden that was placed on wineries, in particular small wineries. And so we've been very encouraged that the amount of information collected should be at a similar level of detail as what has been previously collected through your paper privilege tax reporting forms. It's also preferable that OLCC software can or could directly interface and work cohesively with existing commonly used commercial winemaking and accounting systems, so we don't have any errors when that data is entered. But we are pleased with OLCC's subsequent efforts to reduce the data fields required, as many of the wineries are so small that oftentimes don't owe any privilege tax at all. So to simplify those forms has been very much appreciated. We look forward to working with OLCC as we continue to work through the process and keep it as streamlined as possible. The responsible tasting room service training. We are committed as an industry to provide safe and responsible tasting rooms for our visitors. We take service protocols very seriously, and the industry is working with OLCC staff to develop training materials for the tasting room staff to continue to ensure we're doing all that we can to create safe, compliant environments in our tasting rooms for our visitors. This has always been very, very important to our industry. We continue that work, and thank you for working with us on that training manual. So we'll be continuing to work on how we're going to enforce checking IDs, managing visibly intoxicated individuals, and following the wine shipment compliance regulations. The bottle bill expansion, as an industry that's always led with sustainability as a core value, we were pleased to see that the legislation passed to bring wine cans into the bottle bill commencing in 2025. And that time will allow us to assess whether including glass bottles into that bottle bill would be more desirable than moving into the producer responsibility program. So we've established a wine industry work group to assess the logistics and the costs of that, and we're here to be engaged with your commission to work through any further discussions in regards to the bottle bill so that we can be with you at the forefront as those processes and that information moves forward. It's a very complex issue. There's a lot of stakeholders involved, and so we want to be at the forefront with you guys in those conversations. The conjunctive labeling, thanks again to the LCC staff for working with the wine industry on the development of guidance for the new wine labeling rules that will become effective January 1st of 2023. Also, thank you for the 2 housekeeping changes that were made to add clarity to those regulations. And OWA supports clarifying the original intent of the 2019 legislation, along with our industry partners, the Willamette Valley Wineries Association, which I know you've been working with them closely on this topic. Illegal hemp and cannabis, our new friends. OWA just remains concerned about the impact of the illegal grow operations, in particular down in the southern part of the state, in regards to water theft, labor issues, treatment of workers, and so that is an ongoing concern of ours, and we look forward again to working with you as we proceed with how to work collaboratively and together with both our industries side by side. I know you'll hear more about that when you go for your visit to Southern Oregon, I understand, in June, when you'll be meeting with the Irvine and Roberts Vineyards for a tour, winery tour, vineyard tour, and probably a little tasting and lunch. And it gives you an opportunity, of course, to always ask more questions about our industry, understand our work, and we really find it very healthy for you all to come out and continue to meet with us so that you understand what we are doing, our intentions, and our just tremendous group of community operators who are all about, as we spoke about earlier, as Tom noted, creating a really premium opportunity for people to come and enjoy our beautiful wines and our regions. So I hope you enjoy that visit in June. That's all I have. Again, just thank you for allowing me to present. If there are other questions in any regards to this, I've got Jana's information there because she is front and center on most of these issues, and she can be contacted. Unfortunately, she wasn't here today, but thanks again.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I just got one. I'm curious about after the fires.
Yes.
How long does it take the soil to recover, or is there any benefit actually from the fires? to the soil?
Honestly, the fires were more, the issue was the smoke impact. So the soils were fine. What we had, if you were in the valley over the period of that time, how that smoke just kind of sat and sunk in there, that smoke would get onto the skins of the fruit. And especially with Pinot Noir or your red grape, when you're using those skins in the fermentation process, that's when we were just starting to see some smoke taint. That was really the greatest issue. Again, it was a quality concern more than anything. Oregon is such a unique place because we really do care about quality here as a region and in general. And in other areas, you might see a lot of that wine going out into the market, but a lot of our wine growers have decided not to do that. So, yeah.
It's if I could just bolt on to that, it's a very good question, Commissioner, because it involves a little bit of the production work that's unique to wine. There is just something almost magnetic about the way some of these smoke compounds lock on to sugar molecules in grapes and grape skins. And because red wines take their red wine color by fermenting right on the skins, you're fermenting on the skins that are smoke affected. So consequently, you want to get that juice off quickly. You're seeing a lot of great Oregon rosés because you get this juice off the skin quickly and you get rosé. But that's quite different than what our other colleagues in other ag sectors experience. They don't have as much skin contact in their production or processing of blueberries or hazelnuts as we do, where juice is fermenting right on skins that have been smoke exposed. But with our colleagues at Oregon State University, we're getting an awful lot smarter about the way to deal with smoke and the way to be conscious of how you can minimize its effects. And our new mantra is smoke exposed is not always smoke affected. And that is a real education. Not every vineyard is experiencing, as Maria just commented, similar conditions, but it's a unique dilemma for us because of the process of fermenting on the skins.
Thank you.
Well, listen, I really appreciate, we all appreciate the fact that you got, this is a good learning experience for us. And what do you do every quarter?
It's been, 2-3 times a year, and we're happy to come the next time you shuffle seats because this is a very exciting part of our morning.
Don't care about Sister Robert.
Every quarter seems to be
Sure.
good. I like that.
Glad to
And
do it.
one other question is, when are we gonna implement the tax collection issue?
We'll be rolling it with our partners. We'll be rolling it out soon, right? We've got a process in place. The industry is going to work with us to get to the rollout for the monthly regular filers and then for the annual filers that will roll out at the end of the year, right? For the small.
Well, this is a general way of me saying, Maria, when you come here in 3 months, I want you to specifically mention again the tax collection issue, how it's working, not only for small, but that keeps Steve honest and me honest.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, as I've always said, the only thing I learned first was the small growers don't like filing for no tax burden that they have.
Yeah.
We are working with them on the system.
I know.
Chris and the team did some really good work to
Yeah.
accommodate reducing the fields, and we, industry helped us get there, and we're getting it home to be essential information that they want to minimize.
Well, you make sure you bring it up again.
I will
Commissioner
definitely
Simon.
do that, for sure.
Thank you very
so
much.
We're leaving behind with each commissioner one of our Oregon wine touring guides that we hope that you'll use it heavily, frequently, pass it on to friends. It's available for free if any of your friends want to start planning summer visits out to vineyards. I do want to also acknowledge Laura. Thank you for your help with the slides. There were some late game heroics there.
She
Thank
never
you.
gets enough.
That was great.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Oh, all right. Oh, right, okay. It's so strange to see you up there. Marijuana enforcement reform update.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Steve Marks, Executive Director, OLCC, playing Rich Evans. Who can be here because he's.
Is he doing okay?
I haven't talked to him today, but he was recovering yesterday, so. With me is Will Rasmussen from Miller Nash, been a great partner with us and working through sort of the issues of how we recenter our violations in our system, representing a large group of industry attorneys and groups behind those attorneys. And he's been working very close with Rich on, recentering our violations. And I think we'll have some instructive settlements today that actually relate to, I think, this issue of reform on 408 and how it's changed the nature of where we start with violations, because everything's not a category 1 anymore. And so the refinement of the table, how we execute fines and punishments and execution are what they've been working on. And we're working at producing that table, and Will can tell you a lot more about that than I can.
Thank you, Steve. This was a bit of a bait and switch. I was expecting to be able to ride Rich Evans' coattails today and just kind of nod and agree, and ended up with a
Well, that's
slight.
why you get paid the big bucks.
Yeah. As Chair Rosenbaum knows, I'm at Miller Nash. We're an old full-service law firm, but today I'm just here on behalf of our experience with cannabis clients. At any given time, we might represent 70 to 80 Oregon cannabis companies, licensed entities, related entities, and that gives us kind of a perspective on what's going on in the industry. I'm just going to try to touch on 3 things really quickly regarding enforcement reform today. For the new commissioners, kind of what's happened with enforcement reform so far, and for everybody, a brief update on what we're working on right now, and then kind of our plan for the future. So for what's happened so far, commissioners who have been around know that a couple of years ago, the enforcement system for cannabis was in kind of a tough spot in Oregon. And this was just growing pains of having a new industry, a new regulatory system. How do you do enforcement with something that was previously illegal in the state? At that time, this was again a couple of years ago, about half of the violations that were coming out from the agency were issued as type 1 violations. That's when you probably broken some rule, and type 1 means that the agency is proposing a cancellation. They weren't all resulting in cancellations, but it was creating sleepless nights for some pretty decent people, pretty good licensees. These could come up from camera outages, composting the wrong way, and things like that. And as a result, we ended up with a really big backlog at the agency where it might take a couple of years, 2 years to get through enforcement. And at the time, there was a lot of lack of trust between the agency and the industry. You can imagine how scary it is if you're in a heavily regulated industry where you need to have this license to put food on your family's table, and then you don't know for sure if you've got that license. At that time, to the agency's credit, particularly Rich Evans and Steve's credit, they reached out to some of the responsible industry leaders and had some conversations, and we figured out that we agree on a whole lot of things about what we wanted to change in the system. We wanted to shift, both agency leadership and industry leadership wanted to shift from enforcement and punishment to compliance and education. We wanted to shift away from all these violations coming out as type 1 cancellations. We wanted to tinker with the categorization of violations. And that seems like it'd be really easy, but it's actually kind of hard. You think of like a camera going out. To me, as an industry person that does, you're required to have dozens of cameras at some of these locations. It's inevitably going to go out once, wire's going to get loose, you're going to have a power outage. That's going to happen. Seems like it should be no big deal. But if a camera goes out and there's no reason why it's out, and then it comes back on and there's a pile of cannabis missing, yeah, that's probably a different situation. And trying to come up with a sequence of words to differentiate those situations is kind of hard. We've made a lot of progress to date. The agency has made a lot of progress to date. A couple of things I want to highlight for you is the rollout of what's now called the Verification of Compliance Program. This basically takes a large swath, I might guess, a third to a half of the violations that were being charged. These are minor violations. It gives the agency the authority to just issue a warning and require that the licensee comply with that rule and demonstrate it. So for example, if stick with the camera, you had a camera outage, you've got to demonstrate that you got your camera back up and running and send a screenshot to the agency. That does a lot of things. I know it sounds simple, but it does a lot of things. It encourages the licensee to communicate with the agency. It gives the agency an opportunity to educate the licensee on what particular flavor of thing they're doing wrong. And then it lets them kind of reach this moment of catharsis of demonstrating you figured it out, and you're moving on in your life. And it takes a big burden off of the administrative process. Actually processing these violations takes time from OLCC staff, obviously takes time from the licensee. If it goes on a long way, it involves an administrative law judge. And that's a whole bunch of resource and time that's better spent just getting back to communicating and educating and building that trust. And you end up with a much better compliance system. Another thing we learned when we started talking was that both the agency and the responsible industry want bad actors out of the industry. You know, the 99% of the licensees here in Oregon who are trying their best to comply absolutely don't want anybody who's in bad faith operating in the Oregon cannabis industry. Certainly not the illegal grows that were referenced in Tom and Maria's presentation, but even folks trying to operate in the legal industry, but just trying to cut corners on rules, not really interested in complying. That's bad for the people who do follow rules, who do have to compete with those kind of actors. And we have had some headway in building trust. Another couple of things that happened was OLCC dropped a big chunk of their backlog of minor cases and said, you know what, these would have been verification of compliance. We're going to save everybody time and energy and just drop those. That was an inflection point that kind of showed the industry how serious the agency was in moving this forward. And the agency has worked with us to tinker the violation classification some, to downgrade violations, get that differentiation that we were talking about between a camera going out and then not knowing where a pile of product went. Current work right now, what we're doing in 2022, we're getting into kind of some hard parts. We're looking at the entire enforcement table, how every rule is categorized. This working group of industry folks that Rich and I have been working with, about 6 people, licensees, big, small licensees, me and another lawyer. The industry group has proposed, here's every rule that we're able to identify that folks could possibly break in Oregon cannabis industry. Here's our proposal of how we would classify these on maybe a 5-point scale, from 1 being worthy of cancellation to 5 being educate them, have them demonstrate compliance and figure it out. And as you might imagine, the industry wants those short lists of things that you lose your license for. And it's the things that we really think deserve the most amount of enforcement attention. Things like diversion, inversion, being affiliated with a criminal enterprise, lying to the agency. But that trust piece is real for the industry, and we propose that should be a type 1. If you can actually show a licensee intentionally lied to the agency, they should be out of the system. We were hoping that last week and this week we'd be able to have the conversation and maybe have a concept at that table, but illness and just insanity of the world right now, we haven't be able to get that done. But maybe in a couple of months, we might have a concept to bring back to you. And certainly I'd say in 2022, we hope to be able to get through that exercise and be back in front of you. For the future, you know, what the cannabis industry sees as the future in working with OLCC in reform is Oregon has serious competitive advantages of this space. And when federal legalization comes down, or at least cross-border trade is allowed, Oregon should be a leader nationally. We have talent here that doesn't exist anywhere else. We've got expertise that doesn't exist anywhere else. If you look at what our producers are able to grow for here in Oregon compared to other legal markets, we can be the lowest cost provider. We have industry beating retailers here in Oregon. We have arguably the nation beating processor here in Oregon. And I think we're best known for our producers, our growers. When those barriers come down, we need to make sure that Oregon has already done its homework so that Portland and Southern Oregon become the hub for cannabis. You think of like Milwaukee or St. Louis for brewing and certain other areas for brewing. We should be that for cannabis. We have the ability to be that for cannabis. We're going to do our homework with our agency leadership to help build that system here. And we hope that the commission will be part of that adventure. It'll take a while, but we don't have anything else to do, and it'd be fun. I want you to think about that Nielsen chart that Tom put up for how much Oregon wine is sold nationally and in Oregon. I want to be able to come back here 5 years after federal legalization happens and show you that chart for cannabis and have all you feel really proud about the industry we built here and the jobs and the tax revenue that comes from that.
Very good.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful presentation. I also think that we really need to do something serious about the illegal grow operations before that even gets in the forefront.
We need to nip that in the bud. Absolutely. And the legal responsible industry wants to be a partner in helping that happen.
And they absolutely have been, right? All of our legal growers, I have counted on them, and they've been supportive of all of the enforcement efforts against illegal grows to the extent that, you know, we got the resources to help Southern Oregon, $26 million this past session that were a big part of that effort, and a big part of the legislative willingness to put it out there was protection of this legal industry that we have established. Mr. Chairman, this meeting was specifically, this report was specifically to tell you when we were going to conclude this process. You asked us, for that some time ago. We plugged this in. I think, you know, we're rolling through this year. What we hope concludes it, I think, is the production of that table that'll go forward and provide us a basis for changes in rules and evolution into the future. I'm not clear myself that there isn't a permanent part of a review of how we fit things into the table and how they are relatively put in place with the scale that we get for those violations and the fines and the severity that come together with them. I would just put a couple of things on the table that are things that I'm concerned about and working in that relate to 408 and reform. And what we have, packaging and labeling violations. You know, we've set ourselves sort of an artificial cap on the level of those penalties in the marketplace. If we didn't do that, they could run millions of dollars for each individual item that's out there in the marketplace. I don't think we have that right. You know, it's hit small industry proportionally harder than large industry. And the way we've executed or the way we've looked at it, we've been consistent with our cap policy. But there's inconsistencies there between size and scale in the marketplace. And I think we've got to look for a way to execute that with additional fairness. So just remind you, that's one penalty where your license was never up against it. It wasn't ever a Cat 1. It was really this sort of open-ended financial risk that you had on those violations. The other piece is, we'll have a discussion today, I think, in a settlement that comes to this, but your histories are so important to the system that we evolve from liquor over to cannabis. And there is one part of 408 where we've got very definitive boundaries, right, for what's a category 1. But the industry thankfully, and I think purposefully left us one on-ramp on public health and safety failures is sort of a bit of a history-based categorization on public health and safety for people who were really failing out and didn't hit one of these categories. For other bad acts, maybe over time could be a compilation of something alone. And we felt like we didn't know enough about what everything was in the universe that was Cat 1 so that we could hit it. And we've got some discretion around that. And we have to decide how history fits into that category on Cat 1s. One of the things that 408 changes, a lot of things that were Cat 1s in the past, in this new table in our new world, are not going to be Category 1s. And that's one thing I think that we need to look at in terms of expungement of those out of the history, for lack of a better term, that we look at that issue. And I would say that we can come back to you on rulemaking opportunities for that. I think in our current package, but we will have options for you to look at history there. There's two other concepts Rich has been talking about and staff has been talking about. One is in some violation systems, right, you earn your way back to good graces against your history. Get 3 speeding tickets, take your license, but over time you get your license back, and 2 years pass or 3 years pass, and suddenly you're in good graces again. Your insurance rates go down. That concept I think might be useful as we look at these histories, because we've definitely seen mistakes made early in the iterations of our process on what we didn't know, and reset would be some for your consideration in terms of where you want to go with that policy, but looking at something to bring to you on that. Lastly, and this goes to the interstate commerce point, a lot of our talent, skills, people working in this industry are valuable. They want to go to other states. Other states ask us, how are they doing in your system? And we give them pretty milquetoast answer. They're there, they're still licensed. We might have some way to reflect, I think, on that history, the performance, give other states some confidence, so our good operators, can benefit from their expertise in other states and expand. So I'll leave it there. So it'll be the end of the year, Mr. Chairman. We will wrap up one point of conclusion, and then what's ongoing will be up to the commission and what we look at.
You are very smooth. You handled that very nicely.
Thank you.
And Will, you did a very good job. Is there any questions?
Well, one of the things I'd like you to take back to the industry partners is this has been a maturation. 8 years ago, there was a lot of issues around trust, because there was a lot of issues around the industry having a business mindset. It wasn't there. The organization spent a lot of time and money working with industry leaders, and here, sit around the table. This is a CPA and what a CPA does. This is an attorney and what an attorney does. And no, you can't make your product out of the bathtub and then sell it. The trust has been earned, actually. I'm very happy about that. There was a time when we would say, you're going to lose your license because you didn't turn the light on right, or you crossed the street wrong, because there was no trust. We want the industry to continue to grow. And I personally am very happy how the industry has grown up. They've developed associations. They have attorneys. They're in business. They want to do well when interstate commerce comes in, and it will come in. And I want us to be in a position to take that lead. So it's important that the industry leaders understand that Commissioner Revolve was always ready to take your license 8 years ago. It's not that, because the industry has changed, and I really appreciate that. I don't want other states to take advantage of us in 3 years, and we need strong partners. Nor do I want the legislature to get involved.
And necessary evil. Thank you very much for saying that, and thank you to you and the other commissioners who have gone out into the industry and built those relationships and had those conversations, come to the trade groups, because it's absolutely a two-way street, and it heartens me to hear that from you, and I will absolutely take that back to the industry groups. the trade groups and share that message. Because I think it's a very hopeful message. And I think it's a reflection of the hard work put in over the last 8 years.
One of the things to remember too, it's, it's different than the wine industry. Wine industry comes in, we have some experience, but the wine industry started on these 40 years ago. A lot of the folks up here helped build this industry and have been there since before the beginning. And so, and it's always also a challenge to have the wine industry, when they have differences, there may be slight differences. The cannabis industry still has differences. There is, and so there's no speaking for the industry at this point. And I think you would agree with that. There's certainly things that the licensees want in terms of enforcement reform, and that's been huge. That's been big. And I've talked to candidate for governor or politician or whatever, and I say the thing that we do best as commissioners is we act as lifeguards in the cannabis side of it, because really it's tough. A lot of folks jumped into the deep end of the pool, and the rules were set, and the agency enforces the rules. And so it's one challenge that I've noticed over time is we made the rules up, or not made them up. They were set as 215 or through a couple of years there, and then people got into it, and the way that things work naturally, the rules had to be enforced, but they also had to evolve. So I think 408 was a big evolution, but I also think just in terms of the way the agency interplays with the licensees, it's been good. But as I said, it's tough to speak for the entirety of the industry, because as well as anybody, there's no consistency.
It's a broad group.
Yeah.
There's a few issues where I can see some full alignment. Enforcement reform, like you mentioned, was one of them, but you get far beyond that. And yeah, you got a lot of different perspectives. It is still a young, growing group, and folks came from a lot of different backgrounds in this space. That's a well put point.
Any other questions? I got just a couple. One, I particularly appreciated what you said about this state becoming the go-to state in the next 5 or 10 years. Steve, if people don't realize that Steve and his counterpart in Washington are really the go-to people.
I realize it.
Well, I know you do, but there's a lot of people in this room who don't. And they look towards Steve and on a lot of issues, he gets calls a lot. When you're finally done with this, it comes back to us, I assume. So my first question is are there any, not that I know of, is there anybody on the commission that's participating in this at all?
Certainly, commissioners participated in the long form of enforcement reform, like we had commissioners testify with the legislature about what's going on. In this current little work group that's on it, we don't have any commissioners kind of part of the group. It'd certainly be welcome from industry standpoint if anybody wanted to.
Well, I'm going to ask the commissioners. We'll have a discussion sometime later today, and if any or all of them want to participate, I think they should. I think it's up to them. We'll have that discussion, and then we'll let you know. The other thing, we all hope someday, at least I hope, that this will, it'll be a multi-state issue, and there'll be many states that are being involved in this. Steve mentioned he did a very good job. I mean, I listened very closely. He said a lot of stuff in there that are going to be coming up in the future. And one of the things that I think is very important is take a look at the expungement issue. And really take a look at that, because that to me is very, very important. If we're going to trust people and the trust is there, the expungement has to be in there somewhere too.
And if we want our industry leading companies to be able to go forth into other states and compete and succeed, at least for the next couple of years,
yeah,
we've got to address that because there's absolutely some of the best companies here who 5 years ago took a couple violations that just under the current system, they have to be reported. And we want to tweak that so that if they've demonstrated that for 5 years, they haven't had even a warning, that it doesn't get held against them in some jurisdiction in California or Ohio that might just want to ding an Oregon company just because they're not the local folks. And, I don't think it's really fair. We need to come up with the right word for it. My firm does an expungement clinic for folks who really, who really were convicted of crimes in the cannabis state. And we need an equivalent of that for the regulated system. And Steve and Rich and I and others will put our head together, come up with just the right word. But I think we all know what we're talking about, which is if somebody's demonstrated they're a good actor, they can follow the rules, that the state isn't kind of holding something from 5 years ago or 6 years ago against them.
Yeah, I think no more needs to be said on that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, commissioners.
Good job. Where is Boba?
He is coming in virtually.
Is he coming in here or is he in this?
I think he's going to be virtual.
It's gonna be virtual?
I'm here. Good morning, everybody. Chair
Hi.
Rosen, commissioners.
Can't see you, but we can hear you. He was here. Where'd he go?
Can you hear me now?
And you're the IT guy.
So you can't hear me.
Boba?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
It's
Can you hear me?
soft, so.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Rosenbaum, commissioners. For the record, my name is Boba Subasic, and I'm Chief Information Officer, OLCC. So we were asked last commission to give a little update where we are with our technology enterprise modernization program. So before I get into presentation, I just want to give a little more history and a little more context. We have some new commissioners, and I'm sure there's people in the public that haven't seen some of the previous legislative presentations that we gave. So about 4 years ago, I think it was yesterday, 4 years ago, when I got to LCC, one of my first tasks was to review various audits that external parties have done at our agency, including technology. And we had Secretary of State audit, we had Moss Adams annual audits, we had State of Oregon Chief Information Officer audits, and there was various findings in those audits and some issues that we had to take a look at. So I gathered my team and we did a comprehensive look at our technology across the agency. The first thing that we found, we concluded, was that we agree with most of the audit findings from the other external parties. And a lot of that was just an objective state of technology that brought us here for many, many years. We had a lot of very old, outdated systems. In some cases, there was no system. It was just pretty much paper and a pen. A lot of those systems were not even supported anymore. The companies that created them were out of the business. Internal software packages that were written in the States, the people that wrote them left the state a long time ago or retired. And there were very old technology frameworks that are not even supportable anymore. So what we initiated within a few months that I was here is kind of the general technology overhaul of the entire agency. What that resulted is the enterprise modernization program that is a stage gate overseen project, which means that we get various state parties that are going with us through this process. And we have state CIO's office, Chief State CIO's office. We have the cybersecurity offices. We have DAS and DAS procurement and various other entities. So One of the things that we found out is, again, I had it in some of our previous legislative presentations. We actually had in the liquor licensing world, we actually had the typewriter, and we had the largest rotating filing cabinet that I have ever seen. It was pretty much the mother of all the rotating filing cabinets where the liquor licensing has been maintained. And it was little cards where people would write things down throughout the years. And that's where the history of our licensing, the master kind of record, has been maintained. So we had pieces of hardware that were not supported, and we had to go to eBay and buy some additional hardware elements that would actually keep those devices working. So all of that got us to this program. Laura, can we have the next slide, please? So the enterprise modernization program consists of two large projects that are almost programs on their own. One is the marijuana and liquor licensing and compliance system replacement. And the intent behind this is to unify the liquor and marijuana licensing enforcement and pretty much end-to-end life cycle of the license from the initial application all the way through the enforcement activities and renewals. And there's 4 different phases in this project. First one is the marijuana licensing, packaging, and labeling. Second one is liquor licensing and special events. Third phase is permits, which is both alcohol service and marijuana worker permits. And our last phase, fourth phase, is compliance and hearings. So again, this is pretty much unifying 3 different business programs we have in our agency. It's actually more than 3. And going from probably close to a dozen different systems to one unifying system that would contain old data coming from various parts of our agency, which was a big challenge in the past and currently. We don't have the ideal comprehensive source of truth. You have to go to different parts, different solutions to find different pieces of the information. Next slide, please. The second large project is the distilled spirit supply chain system. Now, what we call it a system, but really it might end up being multiple systems. And this is a very wide breadth of a scope. And in order to make it a little more digestible for a short presentation, I try to kind of distill it down to 3 large entities that kind of go, and they might be 3 separate solicitations when this RFP goes out. So one is point of sale, so unifying the state liquor stores, a point of sale system to have, again, one technology framework and sort of one source of truth and more real-time data flowing from the liquor stores to our warehouse and vice versa. The second one is a warehouse management system. So this is pretty much guts of what is running our warehouse right now. And that's from intaking all the product that's coming into our central liquor warehouse to processing it and then shipping across the state to various liquor stores. And the third part of this program is the enterprise resource planning, generally known as ERP, which is a system that would manage our day-to-day business activities, including accounting, procurement, and various parts of the supply chain operations. So this is a high level. Each of these systems has many more elements that we're not going to go into right now, but this gives you a high level idea of what this project is from.
Will there ever be a day, will you go back, photo, we'll go back? Will there ever be a day when all 3 systems will be integrated?
Yes, that is exactly the intent of this program. And maybe when we get to, I think it's one slide to the last one, there will be a timeline that is laying out all of these different projects. And the idea is that all of them are integrated and all of them are talking to each other. It might be one company getting all of them, or it might be the best of breed approach, so we get a best of the breed for each of these elements.
Well, all right, let's take the point of sale.
Okay.
I won't hold you to it. When is that gonna be ready?
Can I answer that question when we get to the timeline slide?
All right, well, I'm
We'll
gonna
get
come
there.
back because this
We'll
is
get there.
the guts of everything, so, you know, this is the next 5 or 10 years. Whoever has the data owns the world. If you don't have this, you don't have anything.
We will.
Go ahead,
get-
sorry.
Okay, so next slide. So system procurement, this is pretty much telling us where we are with these 2 large projects right now. So I'm happy to announce that 2 days ago, we had executed the contract with Computronics, which is a successful bidder. This was the open competitive process, RFP, and Computronics is the company that won and got selected to be our solution for marijuana and liquor licensing and enforcement. So the work can now start. It will be pretty soon. We are expecting the kickoff to be early June. So that is a great news. It was a long process and it took us so long to get to this part. So very exciting about that. I know the chair, Rosenbaum, you were interested in the timeline. So full project completion is scheduled for September 2025. Again, this is the last phase. I kind of mentioned there's 4 different phases of this project. DSSC, the way that we structured this program was this entire solicitation is we knew we could not do all the solicitations at once. It would be way too much and we don't have enough bandwidth within our own agency and with our overseeing agencies outside of us that have to be involved in this project. So we had to make some decisions and decide how we're going to stagger these RFPs in this procurement. So now when we execute the contract for our MLLC project, the request for proposal with DAS Procurement Services has been going on for quite some time for the still spirit supply chain. It is more complex RFP. It is not just the software. There's a lot of hardware, a lot of different equipment, physical equipment. There's the conveyor belts in the warehouse and sensors and cameras and a lot of different things that go into that project. So it's quite a bit of a different scope than MLLC. So that is we're still working with DAS Procurement Services and all the other parties to get that ready to go out. We might have 3 mini solicitations in each of these, and we're going to be looping, as I mentioned, various oversight agencies, and we already are, for ongoing communications. And just to mention a few, there is DAS Procurement Services, Department of Justice, Enterprise Information Services, Cybersecurity Services, and there's other entities that are involved in this effort. Next slide, please. So this is kind of separate procurement effort that we are doing, which is not necessarily gonna give us the deliverables in the MLC and the SSC work itself, but you can look at them as necessary. Some of them are required by our partners, different state agencies, and some of them are there for on our own initiative. So there are 3 large contracts that we have ongoing. Well, 2 and third one that we're working on. First is a planning and integration consultant, and we have been working with them for quite some time now. And that company name is Resource Data, and they're partnering with us on project management, business analysis, quality assurance testing, data migration, and integration consultation. So we have our own staff in each of these roles internally, and then we have the Resource Data and our partner that is helping us add more bandwidth in order to get
Can I
to these.
stop you for 1 second? This project manager, you know, you and I go way back. This is nothing that reflects on you. It's the Department of that requires you to hire this person. Am I correct? Is this
It is,
not so much, look, I'm being very inarticulate. I've been through this damn thing so many times that it's ridiculous. You're required to hire that whether you need him or not, or need her or him or not, right?
in a way, yes, we have strong recommendations to hire a partner that would perform some of this work, which does add lots of value, and it does help us get through these processes faster than what we might get through if we did not have this partner. So.
Well, I gotta admit, you've become much more diplomatic in your old age. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've been working with the government now longer than in the beginning. So, second partner, second contract that we have is independent quality management services provider, which in this case is in our case is Gartner. And again, this is a statewide requirement to have an independent third party that is following us as we go through this process in these projects. So they provide state oversight for quality assurance on all the IT related projects. The contract has been executed and they've been with us from the beginning. I believe the privilege tax was the initial project when they got on board, and we amended their contracts to go through the marijuana and liquor licensing and compliance and the DSSC project. So probably I have the similar question as the previous one, Chair Rosenbaum, and the answer is going to be the similar. Organizational change management. This is a contract that we don't have in hand yet, but we are actively working on it. And I would say that this came as a result of our agile approach to this entire initiative. We were kind of looking back from initiation of this effort, which was about 4 years ago, give or take, and trying to learn from the things that we saw that could have been done better, and trying to, I mean, we can't change the history, but we can change the future. So one of the things that we figured out that we would need some more resources and help is the agency is so busy, and all our business are at pretty much 100% or over 100% capacity working on the licensing and enforcement, and not to mention the warehouse. And it's very hard for staff to be able to do their day-to-day job, just to keep the agency running. At the same time, being able to set time aside to work on onboarding these new systems and working on the requirements for all these new systems. So, and also what we learned with the privilege tax project, if we had additional resources outside of our agency that have more bandwidth that can help and partner with us on reaching out to the community and reaching out to the external stakeholders, all the parties that these projects affect. As we know, we heard earlier, there were comments from the industry about the privilege tax project. So this is why we want to bring some extra hands and some more bandwidth to help with the structured outreach and the communication with all these external parties, and at the same time help our own business units try to add some bandwidth and to help alleviate some of the pain that the business units would have to take to focus on these projects besides their day-to-day work. So is there any questions here, or should I move to the next slide?
You should probably finish before you get me. This question will evolve.
You're gonna get some comments from us. Go ahead.
The last slide we have is a question slide, so you can save it for there. But so budget update. At this point, I'm going to pass on the presentation to my colleague Christy Scott, and she can introduce herself and continue with the presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Rosenbaum. For the record, my name is Christy Scott. I'm the Enterprise Program Portfolio Manager And happy to announce that earlier this week on the 17th, we had $8.5 million of our bond fund released. So that is bondable funding that we have to pay for the bonded related costs of our projects. And over the last year or so, we have learned a lot collectively as an agency about what bond funding is and what you can use it for. And in a nutshell, you'll kind of see across these bullet points, we can use our bond fund for the development and implementation of our new solutions. What we cannot use bond funding for that we learned about is we can't use it for training, project closeout, and any sort of ongoing costs past go live for things like licensing, hosting, call center support kinds of things. So in these two sections, on the top one, you'll see we have about $8 million in planned bondable costs for Computronics. That's our solution vendor. Then in those professional services contracts, which was Resource Data, Gartner, and then our to be determined organizational change management contractor, we're estimating about $2.6 million in bondable costs for that. And then for the distilled spirit supply chain, based on the responses we got back from our RFIs, our request for information, we're guessing that's going to be about $17 million. Now, I'm letting you know that that's a guess because we haven't released the RFP yet for those. So that's what our planned expenses are for those. And then for the non-bondable costs, for the marijuana and liquor licensing compliance project, about $2.9 million, and then estimating for the distilled spirit supply chain project about 8.1. So that's $11 million total in non-bondable costs, and that's going out through the next 5 years. So that's including all of our ongoing services, past implementation for the first 5 years. And that those non-bondable costs, we are working with Nathan Ricks, one of our deputy directors for policy, and putting together a policy option package to request that funding in the 23-25 session. Laura, could I have the next slide, please? And then this slide right here, Chair Rosenbaum, I know we've kind of talked a little bit about this because the procurement process does take a long time. And so I put the slide together just based on our past experiences with different IT technology procurement. And this is not a representation of every project. This is really just a very high level representation of what OLCC has experienced. So you may talk to another agency and their graphic may be completely different, but I will tell you that this is kind of what we're expecting for our projects. And so I know that the text is very small, but if you look at the little arrows on the side, basically we go back and forth in the solicitation preparation between OLCC, DAS Procurement Services, the Enterprise Information Services oversight. We go back through DAS Procurement Review. We have Department of Justice Review. Gartner, our independent quality management services contractor, provides review. We go back then, and we include cybersecurity services, and all of these, as you see the arrows on the side, it is a back and forth. So if someone sees something that needs changed, it goes back, we discuss it until eventually that RFP is released, and that is an estimate of about 5.5 months just to get the RFP in a position where we can release it. And that's not including all of the work we did prior to that to get ready for stage gate 1 and 2. So this is just the actual solicitation. Then once we release the RFP and we go through the evaluation and the contract negotiation, all in all, it is more than a year. It's about 13 plus months to get through the entire solicitation once we start drafting the RFP. without, again, including all of the pre-work that we've done for stage gates 1 and 2. And I think next slide is our schedule slide. So here, and again, I apologize, there's a lot of information on here, and so it's very small type again. But as you can see, we have the overlapping projects, and we have a pretty good idea of what the marijuana and liquor licensing and compliance project schedule will look like. That's the green section. The yellow stars on there represent go lives for each of the different phases. And that is culminating again in 2025. But then the distilled spirit supply chain, that light blue section, that's the procurement process where we are right now. And we are working with DAS Procurement Services to get that RFP out, hopefully in July. And so then once we go through the contractor selections and negotiation, hoping to have a kickoff, which then we can do our design build. And I don't have a very good fleshed out schedule for this because we'll really need to work with the selected vendors to see what their timeline is to roll out, because the point of sale may be drastically different from the warehouse management system, and those may be drastically different from the ERP. So it's really just a guess right now, a rough estimate for the distilled spirit supply chain schedule. And with that, I believe we are at our questions slide.
Commissioners? Huh? Yeah, anybody.
Hi, this is Commissioner Revolt. How are you? First off, I want to thank you guys for stepping into the lion's den because you knew what we were going to do or say. Secondly, it goes without saying for me that I really love this organization. The professionalism on the business side has been fantastic. And I too remember the 6-foot tall Rolodex machine that you would, it was like, you know, The Price is Right, where you would pull it. It was that big. And you would find these 3x5 cards written in pencil from 1945. And I said to Steve in 1945, when are we going to get better than this? So here we are. Part of my frustration actually is that as an agency, we're still suffering from, I don't know how many of you remember, the insurance thing would cover Oregon and the insurance division, big $16 billion boondoggle, because they didn't listen to anybody. So now we're having to hire professionals to tell us how to do our jobs because the state's requiring. You know, that's like $10 million, if I can add correctly. That's going to be part of what our expenses are and having these professionals have to do a job. But one of the things that I want you to understand is that when we bought some of our first systems for help tracking this marijuana, it didn't work. And so the professionals who sold us the process would say, well, we're going to tweak this, we're going to tweak that. And we got billed anyway. And so we were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot because nobody in the country had a marijuana tracking system. And we couldn't afford to build one ourselves. So as we get these systems, I want you and the consultants to understand, if that stuff's not working, I'm looking for, they're going to pay us, we're not going to pay them to fix the system to make it work. Because I foresee that when I have to buy business programs for my company, I don't pay them when it doesn't work. And that's going to happen. So I understand this. Yes, I'm frustrated that we're going to be 3 years out, 4 years out, 5 years out, because we have all these different systems that we're trying to update. And we're not hiring somebody from England to fly over and fix it, the computer, ever again. So thank you. I'm frustrated and there's nothing I can do about it, but I understand.
And that's the key. Any other comments?
Just on, we touched a little bit on the contracting on some of the systems. I think it'll be good when some of those are up to to be able to, yeah, just get through that quickly. There's, with especially the parts of it that are licensee facing, the more streamlined, the better, and the more that we can take heed of some of the concerns I think that the licensees have had in interfacing with some of those systems, the better. I won't get into specifics, but I think there's certain IT systems the agency has that are not favorites of licensees, and the more that, and we've all heard the complaints, so I think the more that we can take that into account, the better. So that's my only 2 cents on it.
There's a great deal of sophistication on this commission on what's going on. I mean, we're not in a vacuum on this. You two guys, Boba and I go back almost 20 years. And Boba worked for me before he came into state government. He's incredibly intelligent and one of the best IT people that you could ever find. I really do mean that. Christy she's just fabulous, and she knows that I'm a huge fan of hers. There is nothing that either one of these two people can do, because and listen to the frustration I have. This is the time I can get it out. There's nothing Steve can do. There's nothing anybody can do, because if you allowed Boba and Christie, through the direction of Steve, to hire additional resources to get this thing done, it would be done in a period of a relatively short period of time. There is plenty of innovative ways to do things. I can absolutely guarantee you that. But they have their hands tied because the state requires, through regulation, to do what they need to do. And that regulations kill us. I mean, absolutely kill us. There's no way anybody really understands, unless you're involved in this every day. 25 million could be 5 million. Or 25 million, you could find ways that you could get paid to do that, because the data is incredibly important. We're sitting here with their hands tied. I don't know, I don't know what to do with the thing other than saying, maybe in the new administration, nothing to do with this sitting governor. Maybe in the new administration, we can have some input into this thing. I don't know. But the way that this goes on, we have $1 billion with the second largest revenue, or maybe the third largest revenue stream in the state. We're putting $1 billion more into it by a new warehouse, and we're in the 18th, 20th century in terms of putting it together. This is the last thing I'm going to say on it. If we can't integrate those 3 systems into one, we don't have anything. And there's no way, as we're sitting here today, and everybody knows it, is there's no guarantee when the hell we'll ever get that done. It's disgusting. I said enough. Thank you very much, guys. And we're your big fans. This has nothing to do with you.
Thank you very much, Chair Rosenbaum, commissioners. I guess all I can say, my philosophy in professional and private life has always been do the best that you can with the cards you've been dealt. And all I can promise is that my team and the entire agency, all the key people we have across the agency in the various business units, and our executive team are working extremely hard and very dedicated, and we're making progress. I believe it is not easy, as you all mentioned. I hear you guys are frustrated. You can imagine that our teams are frustrated too. We have to deal with it every day, but we are making a progress. And one of the things that makes me smile is that we signed that contract two days ago. It might have took 4 years, but we have the contract and we can actually start doing the work. Same thing with the privilege tax. We're aware it's not perfect yet, and honestly, I'm not aware of any software system in the world ever going live without some time to be able to tweak it and tune it and make some adjustments in the business and technology. I think some of the adjustments that we're trying to make are more on the business side. The technology is there. We just need to figure out how to best address it, but it's there. We got the privilege tax up and running. And again, we're going to be working on improving it. So I want to leave you with that on a positive note.
You did it good. That's the most diplomatic I've ever seen you. Thank you. Christie, thank you too.
Thank you very much, Chair Rosenbaum and Commissioners. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Well, with that, Chris, you're up. You want to follow that?
I guess I have to. I didn't know I could do this virtually, or I would have chosen that option. So, good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Chris Mayton. I am the Distilled Spirits Program Director for the agency and no longer the interim CFO, for the record.
Congratulations.
I'm here today to give you an update on the warehouse and headquarters relocation project. You may have known there's some exciting news that hit the media just the other day, as the chair mentioned earlier. So I'll start with the property. We have completed our due diligence on the property to ensure that all the records and inspections for the property are in order. We are looking at now expanding the timeline in which we close on that property. Originally, it was scheduled for the early part of December of this year. Now we're hoping to have it done sometime early August. By then would be nice to increase it by 5 months. Second, the design and architecture firm, the contract and statement for work with the architecture firm LRS Architects has been approved and signatures have been sent out this week. In fact, I learned last night that they've already signed and are returning the forms back to us for our final signature. So that's completed. And now that the architecture contract's in place, we'll move into the programming sessions to identify space requirements for the agency. That's been ongoing. We've been doing that for about 1.5 years, working with DAS, real estate, and working with space planning management to understand what size of headquarters we'll actually need. The warehouse has been consistent all along with no change there. The CMGC, which would be the general contractor, of course, if you remember this, when we started this, we were looking at doing the design build, and then we got turned to the other direction, and we're going to have a general manager, general contractor. We're looking to put out that RFP here soon. The exemption request for OLCC to use the construction manager and GC has been approved, and we're working with Anichi, which is our construction project management company, to draft the request for CMGC contractor. And then plaque update, I have 2. And normally Jeff Samuels does these. He's our facilities director. He presented in front of plaque, I believe on April 28th, about the partition, which you were all aware of for the property out here. And that has gone through well. And then we just learned that we need to go to them again. So we'll be back in front of them next month on June 2nd to talk to them about the piece of property that we are intending to buy and close for the new headquarters relocation in Canby. And then last but not least, some exciting news for us as well. The first bond sale went through on the 17th. So just a couple days ago, $52 million, which allows us to buy that property. We'll have the funds for it now. And that's the first big stage of sale of bond for the property. So a lot of good things happening. Glad to answer any questions if you have some.
Commissioners?
Easy.
Easy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Let's go take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 11 o'clock, and we'll start the hearing. Okay. Again, good morning, Michael. This is a contested case hearing. Along came Trudy, and you're up.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Rosenbaum, members of the commission. For the record, I am Michael Shine, lead worker in the Administrative Hearings Division, and here to present for your consideration a proposed final order. This case comes before you for entry of a final order based on a proposed order of cancellation of the full on-premises sales license held by Springfield Restaurant along Came Trudy. I'll speak to you for about a half an hour and then introduce counsel for the licensee, Mr. Huddleston, who can speak to you then for however long that's required, and after which time, of course, we're available for any questions you may have or during the presentation.
Okay, Michael, there may be questions that the commissioners would like to ask as you go along, and so I just want to have both of you and Portion Council. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The basis for the cancellation is along Came Trudy's repeated and intentional violation of this commission's rules requiring compliance with governor's executive orders related to COVID-19. With a small technical amendment that I will discuss later, staff requests entry of the proposed order as written by the administrative law judge. I will first discuss the applicable rules. Second, the procedural history. Third, I'll go over some selected evidence from the hearing. And fourth, I will provide a brief conclusion. Applicable rules. On March 22nd, 2020, in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency, this commission unanimously adopted an emergency temporary rule prohibiting any licensee from violating the governor's executive orders relating to the sale or service of alcohol. On June 22, 2020, that rule was unanimously amended to account for phased reopening. The commission again unanimously amended the rule July 31, 2020, and these are still temporary rules, to incorporate Oregon Health Authority or OHA guidance regarding face coverings. The rule as amended stated that violation of OHA guidance regarding COVID, quote, creates an immediate and serious danger to the health and safety of all patrons and employees on the premises, close quote. On December 17, 2020, the commission unanimously adopted permanent rules prohibiting licensees and permittees from engaging in or permitting activity in violation of the governor's executive orders, and again declared that violation creates an immediate and serious danger to the health and safety of all patrons and employees on the premises. And you can find the rules at OAR 845-006-0345, sub 15 and 16. The commission expressly stated that violation of these subsections of the rule are Category 2 violations. Under the penalty schedule that's been enacted by the commission many years ago, as a matter of progressive discipline, the first Category 2 violation within 2 years carries a presumptive penalty of a 30-day license suspension, and the second carries a presumptive penalty of license cancellation. This case establishes along Came Trudy's first, second, and third Category 2 violation within 2 years. I'll move on to procedural history. On January 12, 2021, OLCC staff issued a notice of proposed license suspension to Along Came Trudy and its managing, that would be Along Came Trudy LLC, and its managing member Trudy Logan, charging one Category 2 for, among other things, being open for indoor dining on December 24, 2020, during a time of extreme risk in Lane County when the governor's executive order stated indoor dining was prohibited. On March 16, 2021, after receiving additional investigative reports, OLCC staff issued an amended notice still proposing license suspension to licensee. The amended notice charged only one Category 2 violation, among other things, being open for indoor dining on December 24, 2020, and January 8, February 23, and February 24, 2021. I would like to pause to point out that this was very unusual charging At the time this notice went out, commission staff sent an email to licensees' lawyers explaining that staff was electing to combine these disparate violation dates into a single charge purely as a matter of, quote, leniency towards your client, close quote, because a second category 2 violation would result in a proposed license cancellation. At that time, staff warned that licensee needed to get into compliance because another reported violation would likely be charged as a proposed license cancellation. Licensee's law firm responded later that same day, stating that they had spoken with Along Came Trudy, quote, and they are aware of the supplemental report and the expectations for compliance. Unfortunately, despite this warning, the Hearings Division received inspectors' reports documenting another intentional violation of the governor's order by Along Came Trudy, showing that it was open for indoor dining with roughly 100 patrons in attendance on April 30, 2021, despite the fact that Lane County was designated extreme risk on that date. Therefore, on May 18, 2021, OLCC staff issued another amended notice, this time proposing license cancellation. This notice was amended once more for technical reasons, and the case went to hearing based on 3 primary category 2 charges, all for being open for indoor dining at a time of extreme risk. First on December 24, 2020, second on February 23, 2021, and third on April 30, 2021. There were also.
Can I stop you for 1 second?
Yes.
I understand previously, about 2 minutes ago, did you say that you combined the December 24th and the February 23rd violations to notify them, and then they have, and having had notice of it, they then again violated on April 30th, and did you combine 1 or 2 of the first ones as a warning before you actually took all 3 of them together? I really, I read this carefully, obviously, but I'm not sure I understand that one point.
We combined December 24 and February 23 violations into a single charge. At the same time we issued that charge, we did warn and notify the council. It wasn't a formal written warning. It was at the same time roughly that the charge letter making that single Cat 2 charge went out. So there was a formal violation notice for 1 Cat 2 violation that included actually 4 dates, including February 23 and the December 24 dates. This was really a departure from our usual charging practice when dates are so far separated and we receive them based on separate investigations. We would ordinarily have charged them as separate violations. What we were attempting to do was to exercise some judgment to be more lenient with the licensee by only having a single category 2 charge, and put them on notice, however, that if there was a further violation, there would be a proposed cancellation. So once we did receive a further information that there was another violation, we went back to our normal charging practice where we did an amendment and we charged each of these different dates, December 24 and February 23, and then April 30 as a separate Cat 3 violation. And that's what the case went to hearing on. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. So the matter was referred to the Office of Administrative Hearings, and pre-hearing conferences were held on May 19 and July 1st, 2021. Licensee filed a motion for summary determination, which was responded to by the Department of Justice, DOJ. By order issued August 26, 2021, Senior Administrative Law Judge Allison G. Webster issued an order denying summary determination. The matter was then heard before ALJ Webster on November 18, 2021. I represented the OLCC And DOJ Senior Assistant Attorney General Stacy Posgate also monitored the hearing and provided argument on legal issues as they came up. A licensee was represented at the hearing by Attorney Joseph Huddleston of the law firm Kevin L. Mannix, PC. Licensee Trudy Logan chose not to be present. 29 exhibits were admitted on behalf of the commission and 21 exhibits were admitted on behalf of licensee. The following persons testified on behalf of the OLCC. Inspector Clint Foley, Inspector Gary Wellborn, Eugene Regional Manager Mike Bloom, Inspector Doreen Barksdale, Oregon Health Authority Medical Director from the Division of Communicable Diseases and Immunizations, Dr. Paul Cieslak, and OHA COVID-19 Policy Reopening Lead Worker, Alana Kurtzig. Licensee did not call any witnesses. After extensive briefing, both by OLCC staff, Department of Justice, and Licensee's Counsel, on February 10, 2022, ALJ Webster issued OAH's 33-page proposed order, finding that all 3 Category 2 violations were established and proposing that this commission enter a final order of license cancellation. So now I'd like to go over some of the selected evidence. Along Comes Trudy is a restaurant with a full on-premises liquor license located in Springfield, Lane County, Oregon. It is primarily a food service restaurant, not primarily a drinking establishment. Cancellation of its liquor license will not prevent it from continuing to sell food and soft drinks. The evidence showed that Lane County was listed as extreme risk starting December 3, 2020, continuously through at least February 23, 2021, the date of the second violation that's charged, and was again placed in extreme risk effective April 30, 2021. This evidence was factually uncontested, and it was factually uncontested that this listing of extreme risk meant that indoor dining was prohibited in Lane County on these dates. On December 4, 2020, Eugene Regional Manager Michael Bloom forwarded to Liquor Inspector Barksdale an email from Oregon Lottery stating in substance that Along Came Trudy had posted on its Facebook page that it would reopen on December 3, 2020 and stay open for indoor dining. On December 4, 2020, around noon, Inspectors Barksdale and Foley visited the premises. The purpose of this visit was to provide licensee with education about the new risk metric COVID guidelines and to assist the licensee in getting into compliance. When the inspectors went inside on December 4, they saw several patrons eating indoors. They observed servers wearing mesh masks with rhinestones on them. They contacted licensee Trudy Logan and explained the new governor's order and OAH guidance. Licensee Logan made it clear at that time that she was aware of the requirement that the premises should be closed to indoor dining, but that she had no intention of complying. She was offered the option of approval for outdoor dining, but stated that she did not want to do that. The inspectors they testified that they were actually surprised because this was different from how many other licensees had responded to them. So they went back inside to confirm that licensee Logan understood them and that they had understood what licensee Logan was telling them. According to Inspector Barksdale, it was clear that Logan understood the requirements and that she was intentionally violating OAR 845-006-0345-15 and the governor's executive order. On December 18, 2020, Inspector Barksdale had a telephone call with licensee Logan in which he again went over the requirement to cease indoor dining. Logan replied that she understood the rules but would not stop indoor dining and did not want to rely on outdoor dining instead. On December 24, 2020, the date of the first charged violation, just after noon, Inspector Barksdale and Regional Manager Michael Bloom visited the premises. Manager Bloom went inside and observed that it was about 2/3 full of a lunch crowd engaged in indoor dining. Staff were wearing loosely fitted masks that easily dropped off the nose. They did not have fabric that covered the nose and mouth of the server, but rather consisted of strands of beads hanging off a string, open to the point where you could see the nose and mouth, and they would have no practical effect. Manager Bloom observed licensee Trudy Logan and other servers circulating about the room, giving patrons hugs. When patrons got up to go to the bathroom, they were not wearing masks. There were patrons both entering and leaving the premises who were not wearing masks. Staff did not intervene, meaning staff of the restaurant did not intervene and attempt to get patrons into compliance with face covering requirements. On December 29, so that was December 24. On December 29, 2020, Inspector Barksdale phoned licensee Logan and told her what she and Manager Bloom had observed on December 24. Rather than deny it, licensee Logan confirmed that indoor dining was still going on at the premises. She stated that she would not consider outdoor dining as an alternative. Inspector Barksdale's understanding of the conversation was that indoor dining was continuously occurring at the premises. This is supported by admitted evidence from the Along Came Trudy Facebook page, showing photos of patrons eating food while inside the premises on December 17 and December 28, 2020. Inspector Barksdale then observed the outside of the premises on January 8, 2021, and saw patrons going in and out, staying inside long enough so that it was more likely than not that they were dining in rather than going in to pick up takeout food. On February 23, 2021, which is the second date that we charged a violation for, at about 12:45 p.m., OLCC Inspector Clint Foley visited Along Came Trudy. Prior to arriving, he checked the OHA website and confirmed that Lane County was in extreme risk category on that date. Inspector Foley estimated that there were approximately 50 to 60 patrons inside the premises at Along Came Trudy on February 23, 2021. While there, he observed indoor consumption of food and drink, including wine, beer, and a Bloody Mary mixed drink. He observed patrons walking about the premises without masks or face coverings who were not actively engaged in eating or drinking. Staff of the restaurant did not intervene or attempt to get patrons into compliance with face covering guidelines. The employees themselves did have face coverings, but they were mostly worn inappropriately, not covering the nose and in some instances down around the neck so that they did not cover either the nose or the mouth. On April 30, 2021, the third date we charged a violation for, Inspector Barksdale saw an announcement in the local media of an event at Along Came Trudy set for 6 p.m. that night, which was the first day that Lane County was being returned to extreme risk after a period during which its risk level was downgraded. After seeing the publicity for this event, Inspector Barksdale verified on the OHA website that Lane County was in extreme risk on April 30, 2021. She then emailed licensee Logan on that same date at 5:10 p.m., explaining that Lane County was returned to extreme risk level and sending licensee Logan a copy of the risk level chart guidance that states clearly that indoor dining is prohibited for eating and drinking establishments in counties categorized as extreme risk. Licensee did not respond. That night at about 7:45 p.m., OLCC Inspector Gary Wellborn arrived at Along Came Trudy, observed a full parking lot and about 20 people out front. He then went inside and saw patrons in line for what appeared to be alcohol service, a band playing, people on the dance floor dancing, children running around, and large congregations of people. He noticed the older patrons drinking from clear solo cups. Inspector Wellborn got in line for alcohol service. When he reached the front of the line, he purchased ale on tap, which he was served in a clear solo cup. He tasted the beverage to confirm that it was an alcoholic malt beverage. He also observed patrons being served distilled spirits in small clear cups. Although food service had been ceased by the time he arrived, Inspector Wellborn saw signs of indoor food consumption in the form of plates with food scraps on the tables. While in line, it was impossible due to the crowding for Inspector Wellborn to maintain 6 feet of social distancing from persons around him who were not in his party or part of his household. He could also see large groupings of people, including a big group in the south corner of at least 20 persons all crowded together. He attempted to count the persons indoors at the premises and counted approximately 100 persons. Nobody inside or outside the premises, including staff, were wearing any face coverings. Neither licensee Logan nor her staff attempted to get anyone into compliance with OHA's face covering guidance. Based on her own observations, the observations of Manager Bloom and the other inspectors described above, and her conversations with licensee Logan and the other information gathered, Inspector Barksdale concluded that Along Came Trudy was continuously and intentionally in violation of the prohibition on indoor consumption of food and drink during the entire time of extreme risk in Lane County. In addition, as the liquor inspector for Springfield, Inspector Barksdale received many complaints about the operation of Along Came Trudy during the time of extreme risk. There were 10 to 12 licensed premises within the immediate vicinity of Along Came Trudy, several of which had to remain completely closed because they had no outdoor area they could use, and Inspector Barksdale found that it was more difficult to maintain compliance at these other premises because of the activities at Along Came Trudy. There was one licensed premise in particular that used Along Came Trudy as the reason that it would be reopening in January for indoor dining, and it ended up with a license suspension issued by our agency. As regional manager, Mike Bloom also received many complaints regarding Along Came Trudy. There were a lot of complaints from the general public, including people frustrated that licensee was apparently open for indoor dining, but the OLCC had not put a stop to it, that it was, in the words of these members of the public, not doing its job, at least as they saw it. OLCC also received complaints referred from other agencies such as Oregon Lottery and Oregon OSHA. Finally, many complaints came from other licensees who were frustrated that they were closed to indoor dining in compliance with the governor's orders, but Along Came Trudy was apparently defying those same orders without consequences. These licensees expressed that it was unfair and that if Along Came Trudy could be open, they should be open for indoor consumption too. Manager Bloom testified that Trudy Logan's refusal to comply with your commission rules made it harder to keep other licensees in compliance with those rules. Dr. Cieslak, a highly qualified medical doctor with enough credentials to make this presentation twice as long as it already is, testified in summary. COVID-19 is a respiratory virus expelled from the nose and throat by sneezing, coughing, breathing, and talking. Droplets of mucus containing the virus get into the nose, mouth, or eyes of the person being affected. COVID-19 is not a foodborne disease. It is an airborne virus, so that enclosed spaces create a greater risk of contagion. For this reason, the particular risk of indoor consumption of food and drink is not the food consumption or drink consumption itself, but the gathering of large groups of people in an enclosed airspace who must remove their masks to eat or drink, thus exposing themselves and others to a greater risk. Because of this, limiting indoor dining is an important public health measure to help control the spread of COVID-19. Dr. Cieslak testified that the COVID-19 pandemic is far more serious than the flu. On average, the flu kills about 23,000 persons in the United States per year. From January 20 to the date of hearing, about 22 months, COVID-19 had killed about 760,000 persons in the United States. Dr. Cieslak testified that in addition to death, the most serious risk of the disease is that patients hospitalized with COVID-19 often end up in the ICU with respiratory failure, requiring intubation and use of a breathing machine, and they suffer long-term lung damage. Also, some children with COVID-19 suffer multi-inflammatory syndrome, which can result in cardiac or neurological complications in children. According to Dr. Cieslak, both before and after vaccination became widely available, it was important to control the spread of this disease by 1, keeping people apart, so-called social distancing, 2, avoiding congregations of large numbers of people, 3, closing businesses at times of extreme risk, and 4, wearing proper face coverings. Face covering or masking is effective despite the fact that a virus is so tiny, because viruses are mostly swimming in much larger particles of mucus or saliva that are expelled from the mouth and nose, and therefore are large enough to be mostly caught in a medical grade mask. Dr. Cieslak testified that a so-called mesh mask, a mask with gaps in it, does not constitute a face covering that meets the requirements of the OHA guidance. Neither does an improperly worn mask, such as one that does not cover both the mouth and the nose. Dr. Cieslak explained that the governor's executive order 2066 required OHA to develop public health measures that would control the spread of COVID-19 on a county-by-county risk level metric basis, meaning that when the risk was higher in a county due to increased incidence of COVID-19, then there would be more restrictions, and conversely, when the risk was lower in a county, the restrictions were loosened. This was an effort to balance the public health response with the need to keep people employed and keeping businesses open. The risk levels ran from low to medium to high to extreme. When a county was an extreme risk, as it was each day that the violations are charged for Lane County, by definition, that meant that rates of transmission of COVID-19 within the county were the highest. Finally, Alana Kurtzig, the COVID-19 policy reopening lead from OHA, testified that all guidance that was posted by OHA to its website was approved by the governor's office. She also testified that all OHA guidance was posted simultaneously on both the OHA and the governor's own website. In conclusion, because licensee did not even attempt to contest the overwhelming evidence that along came Trudy, and Trudy Logan intentionally stayed open for indoor dining at times of extreme risk in violations of the governor's executive orders and therefore in violation of OAR 845-006-034515 on the 3 dates charged, the violations are established as found by the ALJ. The only contrary arguments are legal. This commission should leave those for decision by the Court of Appeals if necessary. The presumptive penalty is license cancellation. And I want to talk for a minute about why staff believes that that should absolutely be the penalty in this case. First, the violations were repeated, knowing, and intentional. Second, licensee was repeatedly warned and given every opportunity to get into compliance. That's both by the public safety staff and by the effort that the hearings division made. Third, the evidence showed that licensees' defiance had a substantial deleterious effect on overall efforts to obtain compliance with the governor's orders in Lane County. Fourth, allowing this licensee to profit from their intentional repeated violation, while the majority of law-abiding licensees suffered the hardship of COVID-19 mandated closure, would be profoundly unfair and would undermine future efforts by the Commission to obtain compliance with its rules. Fifth, there are actually 3 widely separated in time Cat 2 violations when the penalty schedule sets presumptive cancellation at 2 such violations. This is indicative of the reality shown by the evidence that there were multiple continuous intentional violations over several months. Sixth, there is an independent basis for cancellation that was charged and found applicable by the ALJ, which is the aggravating factor of 3 or more violations, regardless of category, under circumstances indicating failure to control the premises or disregard for law. That's a longstanding rule enacted by the Commission as OAR 845-006-0500-8EI. If this case does not constitute disregard for law, then no case does. Seventh, a settlement short of license cancellation, a settlement, was offered to licensee prior to hearing, and it was rejected. So there's one technical amendment that's requested by staff, which is to remove the aggravation for receiving a prior warning that's mentioned by the administrative law judge at page 31 of the proposed order. As the evidence recounted above shows, the ALJ was factually correct that licensee Logan was verbally warned by Inspector Barksdale on December 4, 2020, and on other dates as well. However, OLCC hearing staff interprets the rule on aggravation for prior warning to require a formal written warning issued by the hearings division, and that did not happen here. So we ask that this particular aggravating factor be removed. There are other aggravating factors that were found, and removing this small subparagraph does not in any way affect the outcome.
On January 12, 2021, there was a proposed license suspension. Where does that come in? On January 12th.
Yeah, that was when I think that may have been the original charge, when we originally charged proposed license suspension. So it's not a warning, it's a charge, it's a violation. Sometimes we issue a document that contains just a warning. And that's not the same as a violation charge, but what we do is it gives us.
Michael, when was the warning given again? I'm sorry. I know the proposed, I understand the distinction. When was the warning given?
Well, so there was no written formal warning. What there was in this case was several verbal warnings, both by Inspector Barksdale and by Regional Manager Bloom, and then or actually, I think by Inspector Barksdale had most of the contact prior to the time that.
December 4th, you had an actual meeting December 4th, you had a telephone call December 18th, you had another call on the actual meeting on December 29th. Is that, this is an important issue. When is the warning? I mean, will you go over that again?
Yeah, so those 3 dates that you just mentioned are exactly accurate, and those were the dates when the inspector verbally warned the licensee. There was never a written warning issued. And so our technical amendment would be that we would not ask to aggravate the charge based on prior warning, because our practice in the agency is that we aggravate for prior warning only when the hearings division has issued a formal written warning.
Okay, and what day was the formal written warning?
There was never a formal written warning. There were only violation notices. What there was then from the hearings division was an email. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. We sent around the time that we sent the second notice, we sent an email to council, and that email said, we're combining all these into a single category 2 charge, but we want you to know that that's just as a matter of leniency towards your client. And if there is a further violation, they could expect a notice of proposed cancellation.
What date was that email?
All right, just a minute. It was, I believe it was in March. It was, I believe, March 12 of 2021, just a few days before the second charge went out. It said this notice is going to go out, and I can actually pull up the actual email.
Well, no, it's March 12th that the written email came in. That was
That's
after
correct.
the December 24th, the February 23rd, but before the April 30th. And on April, somewhere around April 30th, you combined all three together. But the written notice was given March 12th, right?
That's correct.
And that's what you want to amend right now to clarify that.
Right, we're simply asking you to take out a few words. It's a short paragraph at page 31, where the ALJ found formal aggravation of the violations based on a written warning. And staff is just trying to keep this opinion that will become a final order in compliance with our practice and the usual procedure, which would be that an email to council or verbal instructions from an inspector, none of those would constitute the kind of formal warning for which we aggravate a violation. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, one last question. I'm sorry. In your written email on March 12th, it's intended to be retroactive back to December 24th? Or just recognizing the fact that there was no intention of complying I'm just trying to understand this.
The email is addressed to Attorney Mannix. It follows up because the prior day I had sent them a supplemental report which documented ongoing violations on February 23 and 24, 2021. It says we will be issuing an amended charge and this is the exact language, and this is Exhibit A28. It was admitted into evidence. We will be issuing an amended charge to incorporate these dates into the original charge and alternate. This represents leniency towards your client since it will not add anything to the proposed penalty. However, I wish to make it clear that a second Category 2 charge, which could have been charged based on this new report, would carry a proposed penalty of license cancellation.
I got it.
And then it says this means that your client needs to get into careful compliance with existing restrictions immediately. If there are further documented violations, we will likely be charging them as a separate Category 2 and proposing license cancellation. And then that was responded to, that was communicated and they are aware. So with this small change, staff respectfully requests that ALJ Webster's proposed order be adopted as the final order of the commission, and that the liquor license of Along Comes Trudy shall be canceled. I'm happy to take any additional questions now, and then I will introduce for you Mr. Huddleston.
Commissioner Floyd.
Michael? I got
Yes.
a question for you. You said that there was a settlement offered, but it was rejected. When was that?
That was by email on October 27, 2021.
You said October?
October 27, 2021.
And I'm curious, what was the settlement offered?
It was a In total, it would have been a 65-day license suspension. However, they were given the option to pay $5,940 in lieu of 36 days with 29 days mandatory.
Thank you.
Commissioners? Michael, thank you.
Okay, so now I'd like to introduce Attorney Joseph Huddleston of the Mannix Law Firm, who represents licensee Along Came Trudy and Trudy Logan.
Counselor?
Thank you. Chair Rosenbaum and Commissioners, good morning. My name is Joe, or it's still morning. My name is Joe Huddleston, and I'm an attorney who works for Kevin L. Mannix, BC. I'm here with my legal assistant, Matt Collins. My address is 2009 State Street, Salem, Oregon, 97301. First, I would like to comment that the OLCC staff and Ms. Postgate from the DOJ have been very professional in this case, and I appreciate their professionalism. This has not been our only case with them, and I would just like to make that personal note, including also Ms. Wolf, who's involved with us on another case. So this proceeding is not personal to me. It is personal, however, to my client. My client is a sole business owner and operator, and Trudy Logan, she's never had any run-ins with the OLCC or law enforcement or anything like that. When she first came to me, what I did not see was someone who hated government or hated authority. It was someone who had a mild manner, was a good citizen in her own respect, and was trying to make it work with her business. But what she was tired and exasperated, like so many of us got during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I could tell that by when we walked into the room today and we were all excited to be in person. I have been in person at my job for a while, but it speaks to kind of why are we here, and what is really the goal or intended outcome of this proceeding. And I talk about this because if you think of Miss Logan's alleged conduct during the winter of 2021 and this last winter, COVID was just as bad in both instances. Deaths, new cases were similar, and yet during one winter, she was allowed to be in business, and during one winter, she wasn't. Now, we have made several legal arguments here, which I will not try to repeat. We will save those for a different forum. But I do want you guys to get a sense of who.
Are you saying you're just going to appeal this thing regardless of what?
I think that an appeal is like, yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You said that very well. I appreciate that.
So I just to touch on a couple more things about Miss Logan. You know, I think about COVID and how during the process, I mean, I remember between probably March of 2020 and February of this last year, I probably looked at case counts in the US, the state of Oregon, and for some reason, the United Kingdom once a day. And eventually I gave up. I just didn't want to do it anymore. And I figured it was time to move on. And I think at a certain point, we all kind of get tired with something. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and it was from the BBC, which I listened to, and they were interviewing a couple who had just left Mariupol in Ukraine. And one of the things that struck me about the interview was, I mean, it was crazy. Their experience of getting out was remarkable, but how at a certain point at the end, they talk about how the shelling and all the craziness around you, you just kind of got used to it. And though it's not at all maybe the best analogy, there's a truth to it of when we go through something terrible or taxing that we worry about, at a certain point, we just kind of get used to it and move on. And, public health officials are still worried about COVID, as it's their job to be. But I think by and large, a good chunk of society has decided to move on from COVID. And so if you look at Miss Logan's situation, what she's really being punished for is something that is not so much today. Her course of conduct would be perfectly legal today. And although we would dispute the use of the word legal, so because we're arguing it's illegal. But anyways, the idea is that when we get to that point in in dealing with something, does the enforcement mechanism, is it really effective? And you think about this when you're trying to enforce a curfew or something in an emergency situation. I go out, I violate curfew, I get charged, whatever. The fact of the matter is, when another curfew issues, it does nothing to prevent future violators. The only way in an emergency situation to enforce an emergency rule is to enforce it at that time, as far as I'm concerned. Because whatever the situation is in the future, one, it may not arise again. We have no idea whether we'll go through another pandemic in our lifetimes, in 200 years, or within 5 years. And it could be a different disease, or it could be COVID coming back. But the point of it is that when we're trying to affect a policy, preventing a behavior in kind of that COVID emergency immediacy situation, well, it's hard to do if we're here now almost a year later after the last, I think the last suspension was issued May 12th of last year. And so I question, I made my legal points, but I also, there's a part of me that questions the whole policy of doing this. And, I'm a lawyer. I get that laws are laws and laws need to be filed. But, I would urge this commission to consider the kind of personal, real world policy impact of issuing a cancellation here. Because I truly believe that it does not solve anything. It will not stop in the next pandemic, whatever, future violators from allowing indoor dining if that's banned or whatever. The only way to truly stop that in that emergency situation is to come in and stop it at the time. And that is, in a sense, the punishment that hey, maybe you were allowed to, have outdoor dining or whatever. So maybe it's something to consider in a future pandemic. Maybe it's something that has no relevance to this hearing, but I thought about making all my legal points today, and I figured I would save those for the Court of Appeals. I think I have every issue preserved.
Why didn't you, you're gonna get test 845, sub 15 and sub 16. Why didn't you just, why is an administrative hearing like this the proper forum for, statutory challenge? Why didn't you just go to the Court of Appeals?
Well, I think it's a problem of preservation and procedure. Okay, let's say I don't challenge that and I just go right to the Court of Appeals. If I go to the Court of Appeals, the Court of Appeals is going to look at me and they're going to say, you did not argue this in front of the agency. So it's my position, despite there is some contrary case law, and this is disputed, I think, specifically as it relates to agency practice, that in order for a licensee in any contested case hearing to preserve issues for appeal, they need to be raised in front of the ALJ or a commission, so they are preserved. Because I'm concerned that it's a preservation issue and it's a best practice of litigation.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that, but I understand your point, yeah. It's interesting that you chose not to talk about the legal issues at this point. I'm a little bit surprised about that, but your biggest hurdle, which I'd like to hear something about, is, you know, under 401, 168, you're, you know, it says that the governor has complete authority over, in an emergency, the governor has complete authority over all the state government. And I read your, your brief. Would you just take a minute or two and talk to us about where you're coming from on 401?
Yeah, so if
I mean, it's my curiosity as an attorney as well.
Yeah.
Although this isn't a court of law, but you can call me your honor if you want.
So, if you look at 401, 192, which is, I believe, the section you're referencing, in sub 1, there's 2 sentences. The first sentence reads all rules and orders issued under the authority conferred by ORS 401, 165 to ORS 401, 236, which 165 is the statute that says you can declare an emergency. 401, 236 is kind of the last statute in that sequence, and it talks about issuing rules in an emergency. And then it continues, 401 to 165 shall have the full force and effect of law during and after the declaration of a state of emergency. That's basically what that says to me, is that an executive order has the power of law when it's issued by a governor. The second sentence is the sentence that a lot of the dispute revolves around. And there's 2 points to be made with the second sentence of the statute. The first is, and I'll read it to you, is it says, quote, all existing laws, ordinances, rules, and orders inconsistent with ORS 401, 165 to ORS 401, 236 shall be inoperative during the period of time and to the extent such inconsistencies exist. And this raises 2 legal points. One is, what does the statute actually say? And second is, there's a constitutional implication raised by this statute. The first is, what does it say? It says all existing laws, ordinances, rules, and orders inconsistent with 401, 165 to 401, 236. The use of the word existing, in my position, carries a very important implication. An existing law, ordinance, rule, or order is something that is before an emergency is declared. So that's everything that's in effect up until the point a governor declares the state of emergency. And it could be another statute. And those laws that are inconsistent with the statutes listed, 401, 165 to 236, shall be inoperative. I do not read that provision as saying all existing laws and rules and ordinances inconsistent with a governor's executive order shall be inoperative. It says inconsistent with 401, 165 to 401, 236. And I think that's important because, one, the power, if the legislature truly had given the governor the power to suspend state statute, I think they would have been a lot clearer. And that is found when you look at 401, 168 sub 2. And this talks about the governor suspending rules in an emergency. It says, during a state of emergency, the governor has the authority to suspend provisions of any order or rule of any state agency. If the governor determines and declares that strict compliance with the provisions of the order or rule would in any way prevent, hinder, or delay mitigation of the effects of the emergency. And I think because in 168, it's clear the legislature knows how to give the governor the power to suspend laws, in this case, rules. Had the governor had the legislature wanted to give the governor the power to suspend statutes, they would have been clearer, without a doubt, especially because if sub 1 says the governor can suspend rules, then there's no point for, but if 401-192 sub 1 says, because the word rule is used in 401-192 sub 1, but if that says the governor can suspend rules, then what is the point of 401-168 sub 2? My point is, it points out the fact that the governor does not have the power to suspend law in an emergency or any circumstance. Second is the constitutional question. And there's 2 provisions of the Oregon Constitution that really get to this issue. The first is Article 1, Section 22, and that provides the authority of laws. No, the operation of laws shall never be suspended except by the authority of the legislature. In the early 1900s, that clause was looked at by a case from the Oregon Supreme Court that dealt with the railroad issue. And in that instance, the statute in that case provided, it listed as a provision of the Railroad Act at the time. It talks about the failure to furnish car charges, maintenance, repair, stuff like that. And at the end of the statute, it says you have this power to do this, except during the times when the Railroad Commission of Oregon shall by order suspend the operation of those portions of this section of this act requiring the furnish of cars as stated, and then only during the time of such suspension. Well, this goes back to my earlier point. This is clear as day that the legislature is attempting to give the Railroad Commission the power to suspend laws. But it also raises a second question, and this gets to Article 1, Section 22 of the Oregon Constitution. And what this talks about is that, Section 21, excuse me, what this section talks about is that the legislature cannot delegate its power to make a law. But there's been case law on that, because obviously that would just, if that were read verbatim, it would probably wipe out all the agencies in the state. I mean, with the invention of administrative law, the legislature cannot delegate its power to make a law. I mean, what is an agency rule other than someone other than the legislature making a law? So how do we reconcile this? The way that the Oregon Supreme Court has reconciled the plain language with the reality of an administrative law state, which we, by and large live in now, it is well settled that the legislature may make a law contingent on a future event, or, as otherwise put, the legislature cannot completely abdicate or surrender its power to make laws. And so the point of that is that there's a distinction when the legislature is specific. I do probate. There's a provision of the probate code that says when someone dies, I need to serve their death certificate on the Oregon Health Authority, and I think it's DHS, which is kind of the same thing, but well, not anymore. So anyways, the whole idea is that there's been a rule since passed, and it's mentioned in the statute that DHS and OHA can make a rule and change this around the way they see fit. And now, as a matter of practice, you only need to serve one of those with the death certificate when someone dies due to this administrative rule. Now, I still serve both because that's what the statute says, but there's plenty of probates that get filed in the state that deal with only serving one, serving the death certificate of a person on the Oregon Health Authority or DHS. And so there's tons of statutes that talk about the legislature making things contingent on future events. I think, this is a terrible analogy, but one of the things that is in the news right now is there's all these states dealing with the Roe v. Wade issue that have trigger laws where they come into effect on the contingency of future events. Oregon has several laws in its code that deal with sales tax. If the voters ever pass the sales tax, this is what's going to happen. And there's actually case law on one of those. And so, and the Oregon Supreme Court allowed that to occur. But what the case law also makes clear is that the legislature cannot completely surrender its lawmaking power to a state agency. And that is what happens when the legislature says, Governor, you can suspend laws. It doesn't set forth which laws the governor may suspend. It doesn't set forth which, you know, how she's supposed to do it or he or she's supposed to do it. And the whole point of that is that when the legislature suspend laws or gives someone other than the legislature the power to suspend laws, it has to be very, very clear. And it has to be very, very specific. It cannot give a broad brush authority. And there's a case called Marr v. Fisher, and that's from 1947. And it comments on a case from New York State. And in that case, the New York court found that they found the laws unconstitutional under a similar provision about the legislature delegating its lawmaking power. And the problem with that provision is that it was a complete abdication or surrender of the legislature's lawmaking power. And the key factor, as the court instructs us there, the key factor to look at to determine if the legislature has completely abdicated or surrendered its powers to make laws is to determine when an act of the legislature was complete and in and of itself when it was passed by the legislature and approved by the governor. Thus, if you look at this case in the context of kind of that complete delegation or complete act concept, there's a problem because the act is not complete when the legislature gives the governor the power to suspend laws, which we don't even think 401-192 sub 1 says. Because the governor has whatever the governor is going to pass in her executive order, whether it relate to COVID or fire. Well, fire's different because there's clear statutes on that, but let's just use COVID. What law is the governor going to make effect that the legislature has given the governor the authority to make effect? You see, it's a problem of, okay, legislature, like with the Railroad Commission, they say these are the laws you can't suspend, Railroad Commission. They don't do that with the emergency, and that's the problem. It's the problem of the governor. It's anything. The governor could have suspended any law that the governor wanted to, as long as an emergency is declared. And we think that not only does that offend kind of Article 1, Section 22, it offends, there's several provisions in Article 5 and 4 that deal with how we enact laws. The governor, other problem too, is it also kind of overrides the governor's role in the lawmaking process, set very clearly in Section 15 of Article 5 about the veto powers of the governor. There's a provision that deals with in A, you know, approving general laws, and then there's a sub B, which deals with line item vetoes as it comes to appropriation bills.
Let me interrupt you for a second. No reason for you to know this. I wrote the Administrative Procedures Act of Michigan. I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I spent a lot of time on it. I'm fascinated with this type of reasoning. Okay, I think you got an uphill fight, but I like some of the arguments you made. I also like the arguments that were made against this, you know, in the brief. The question again is, you didn't need to establish this to on an administrative proceeding. This was something you could argue anyway. I'm still not sure that this, and you Probably, I don't know, but you looked at this and thing and said, I'm going to the Court of Appeals. So there was somewhat, at least in my opinion, there was somewhat of a residence for you to talk about these issues, and I wanted you to talk about. I wanted you to get into that issue. Because I think some of your arguments, you know, I think you got a huge uphill fight, but I think some of those arguments are at least logical enough that the court might look at some of them. I actually like some of the arguments you make.
I hope they do.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, here's my expert, you know.
I hope they do. And I do think that we've learned a lot of lessons that maybe we were to not, and I'm not saying we as a commission, but I think the state may have been too heavy-handed in the way that it mandated and restricted things. And I think that what you're arguing is something that should be taken a look at. That nobody was given advisory or recommendations to assess their own risk and to be able to go into an establishment or licensee who wanted to make a living. I also think that we created other emergencies through this, through mental health issues and difficulties with all kinds of things. And so that has to be looked at. And there are these huge problems when you have one person making these rules that don't know. I'm from Eastern Oregon, I'm from Pendleton, Oregon, and the governor is very far away from the geographic layout of our communities out there and how things work and some of the way that our locations are. So I definitely think that that you have a point that people have been, you know, raising, especially given it and comparing it to other states and how they handled that. But there are real concerns with how it was handled in the way that can we punish, and that's, you know, make things illegal for the period of time that we made. It was for a long period of time. Usually emergencies are for a short period of time. And going back to what was the motivation, arbitrary and capricious, there's all kinds of standards that we can look at judicially. I agree with Chair Rosenbaum that you have an uphill battle because a lot of these arguments are political. And I think that some of the judges, the three branches of government in Oregon are typically going to be supportive of more of a cautiousness towards this element. And I think there's good arguments on both sides, but that's kind of sometimes where our political bodies are, including the judicial branch. But I'm happy to see that somebody is raising those arguments and that they're putting forth a real, really interesting arguments as to what powers are out there. Because I do feel for these licensees who I feel some responsibility that we couldn't help more and put them out of business in some respects, or put them in situations where they took out more debt that they could survive on, made it so that they couldn't hire employees, or made it difficult for employees to stick around. It was a very difficult decision. And also another, while I'm on my soapbox, I will say, you know, some other things. I don't think that things were handled equally. This was a difficult executive order to go. It was jerked around. We're closing, 5 days later we're opening. It was difficult to follow. It was difficult to enforce. Those are all things that I think also could be part of this that made it difficult, vague in its application. For example, some inspectors' political views could be taken and applied differently in different locations. And I know that was going on. And I don't know if that's fair, but my job here today, unfortunately, is we passed a rule as a commission. And we enacted that law. And at the time,
because I made the statement on the record when we passed this in March of 2020, that said that after consideration and discussion with licensees, that there needed to be some, at least from our perspective of where we were, there needed to be some fairness, and that we couldn't have some licensees going rogue and doing whatever they wanted to, which is clearly what your clients decided to do. And others complying because they were trying to comply and were scared that they were going to be punished. And so from that perspective, I can't reconcile how we would reconcile if we said, okay, it was okay, you were feeling frustrated, we get it. So it's okay, we won't punish you this time. I felt like, I don't know how you would help us to reconcile when we passed that rule and there was education, trying to get in compliance. And I mean, this was just somebody who is, I think, looking for that higher legal fight that maybe this is not the forum for. So, but that would be my, I maybe more than anybody up here feel that what happened needs to be reviewed and considered going forward, especially for what happened to some of these folks who we made some decisions that may not have been the best, and did not have the results that were intended. So.
Council, you mentioned some things about history and when enforcement is to be handled. You also talked about the fact that you work with our team of attorneys in other cases, and therefore you were aware of the due process.
Yes.
So to make sure your client had due process, I don't think you would agree that it would have been feasible for us to walk in, jackboot, and close her down any one of those days, because she has rights. And because you've been involved in this process before, sometimes it's been very frustrating for us when it takes a year or longer for a case to come to us. You'd have to agree that you have those kind of cases if you've represented clients before. So, nice argument, but no. And that's the scenario there. Also, because of history, the minute we change, it's kind of like raising sons. If I change the rules today, they'll get me tomorrow, down the road. If we change how we do things today, then down the road, someone's going to come to us and say, hey. And whereas I very rarely use the term fair, I use equitable. Sometimes fair is just another four-letter word, begins with F. We have to be careful. So I'm glad that you have other options available for you. But I don't see how what your client chose to do gives us a whole lot of choice as to what we will have to do down the road. But I understand.
Any other comments? Michael, do you want to take a minute? We can give you that. If not, we're going to go in a session. It's up to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair Rosenbaum. I think the issues have been fully aired, and we submit this for your consideration.
You're a smart man. The commission will now go into executive session to deliberate on the agent selection.
Oh, next year, Rose, the other one.
Which one?
Sorry. The other plastic. There you go.
I thought that was the one. Oh, I'm sorry. The commission will take a recess. We'll return in a. We are back in session. Do I have a motion?
Chair Rosenbaum.
Commissioner Revelle?
I move to adopt the proposed order issued in the matter of Long King Purity LLC canceling the full on-premise sales license, but amending the order to remove all legal conclusions related to the liquor, the licensee receipts of a prior verbal warning.
Clerk will take the roll.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Quarter,
Yeah.
Commissioner Melinas,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we are on retail services. Michael, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
You know what, Brian? Do you want this table? She's leaving.
Oh, she's leaving. Yeah, that'll be perfect.
You can just put this-
Thank you.
Did you get the note? You got from,
Yeah.
Andrea has a hard stop at 3:30.
And Michael is gonna cover her.
Oh, he's gonna, okay, good. That's what I was trying to figure out. Take care of that. Good.
Good afternoon.
It is good afternoon.
We made it.
Is Brian joining us too or not?
I don't believe so.
Is he okay?
I,
Rosenbaum. Chair Rosenbaum.
Oh, there he is.
I am here. I'm only in the background. I'm out ill. Thank you.
Okay.
And yes, I am fine.
But that was Sister Mary Roberts. God.
We, for the record, Brian Aker filling in for Director Fleming. We just have one agenda item for today, and that's an agent appointment for store 1094 Milwaukee, right up the road here. That appointment is here today because of the retirement of Patty Bumbarder, who was a great friend of the commission. She ran West Slope and Milwaukee. And along with Terry, if you know the manager there, she's going to move on as well. So it's a important store for the commission, and she's been a great partner for us. And so I wish them very well. Big shoes to fill. And I think we've got some great candidates here to present today. We had 8 interviews and 5 finalists. And with that, I will bring up C&D Beverage Inc., which is Dustin and Carly Bolander. And just as a reminder, state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 to 7 minutes to present. And I ask Commissioner Hall, please do the honors.
Not only did I get moved, I got replaced.
Oh, my.
Kid down the road.
Well, the young guy here down the road, so you'll have 7 minutes to present, and I will give you a 30-second warning when you've got 30 seconds left. And if anybody interrupts you during their presentation, not to worry, I'll stop the clock for that. Okay. I don't have that powerful voice that he has.
Do you guys want me to skip through, or you want the mouse to skip through yourself?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, I could just stand next to you.
Sitting here with
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
else, it's fine.
Oh.
I'll do it.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioners. My name is Carly Bolander, and I'm here with my brother,
My name is Dustin Bolander.
and we represent C&D Beverage, presenting for Milwaukee Liquor 1094. Next slide. A little background on C&D Beverage is we are a brother-sister partnership with 50-50 ownership. We're both born and raised in Milwaukee, and we've grown up in the industry working at a retail liquor store since the age of 16. Our grandfather and great-grandfather both owned and operated Milwaukee Liquor. And I am the current manager of Oregon City Liquor, and Dustin is the current manager of Scappoose Liquor. If appointed, we both plan to devote 50+ hours per week into the store. Next slide, please.
And now to share some of our joint success. In 2021, we had combined sales of $13 million in liquor and $1.5 million in related item sales between Scappoose and Oregon City Liquor. We currently oversee 15 employees. We are open 363 days per year.
And for inventory management, I oversee 2,000 SKUs with value of 450,000 in Scappoose, and Carly oversees 2,500 SKUs with value of 750,000 in Oregon City. Next slide, please. To give you more information on my role in Scappoose, I've been the manager there for the last 6 years. I'm responsible for every aspect of operating the liquor store. I was an integral part of the remodel and expanded selection, which has helped us increase sales by 80% since the time of takeover in 2016. We were frequently on the OLCC's published top 10 list following the remodel and expanded selection. And in 2017, we had one of the top 5 sales increases in the state under my management. Next slide, please. Here are some photos of the Scappoose store before we took over in 2016. And next slide. Here is the current store with new flooring, new shelving, new countertops, added beer coolers, and updated LED lighting throughout. Next slide, please. Here is an example of one of the top 10 lists we were on, as well as our award in 2017 for top 5 sales increase. Next slide. And here's one last table just to show where Scappoose Liquor was at before we took over in 2016 versus where it was at last year, with sales over $4 million. And over that period of time, we had increased the average ring up per customer by more than $10. Next slide, please.
And to give you some background on my prior positions, I worked as a sales merchandiser and representative for Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits in South San Francisco and California. I oversaw 18 grocery chain accounts where I was responsible for merchandising and ordering my products for my displays. I also was appointed the designated trainer, so I trained all new hires for the chain sales merchandiser role. Listed is a few selected awards and achievements that I won while I was in this position, and if you go to the next slide, you can see some of the displays that I created to help me win these awards. And again, one more slide of a few more of those displays. And next slide, please. Now for my current position as manager of Oregon City Liquor, I've been in this role for about 1.5 years now, and I'm responsible for every aspect of operating the liquor store. In 2021, we sold $9 million in liquor and currently ranked number 8 in the state. Of our $9 million in sales, $2.2 million were to licensees. We currently service 49 licensees, so this shows I have plenty of experience in managing a sizable licensee business. I also created more platforms for social media, for example, Instagram, and I'm also in charge of ordering the single barrels for our store, which we currently have 6 on order right now. Next slide, please. And now on to the proposed improvements for the Milwaukee store. We believe the current store is being very well run, but there is room for improvement. We would like to do a complete store reset, clean up the sales floor aisle stacks, and organize the beer section. We will further go into this on the next couple of slides. Next slide, please.
To explain the shelf reset further, we would propose to relocate the rum to the liqueur island section as seen in the photos. We would do this by condensing the liqueurs to one side of the island, as currently these items have many facings and could fit on one side. By moving the rum, we would gain a 10-foot section of shelving for whiskey where we could add 180 new facings. And with whiskey being such a popular and growing category, this would be our top priority for product expansion. Next slide, please. And with this 10-foot section available, we could also bring down the overflow stock on the top shelf, which would free up space for 90 additional items on that top shelf. Along with utilizing the new shelf space, we'd also like to bring the higher end items up to eye level, like the 4 Roses single barrel, as you can see in the right photo there, which is a $50 bottle. Next slide, please.
Yes, and now on to the center aisle liquor stacks. As you can see, they're currently using this space for storage for their liquor stacks. They also have 2 desks in their back room. So we would like to remove one of those desks, allowing us to clean up some of these overflow stacks and move them into the back room, making this area more shoppable and giving the customers just that much more space to shop these products. Next slide, please. And now on to the cooler and beer section. As you can see in the left-hand photo, the current coolers are staggered and not easily shoppable. So we would like to relocate the ice chest and move the Langer's cooler in a uniform line with the soda coolers. Next slide, please. And same for the beer section. You can see that they have gaps on the current left-hand photo and the plain cold beer headers. So we would plan to eliminate the gaps by lining them up in a uniform line and tightened, as well as we would like to add LED signs and new cooler headers like the photo you see on the right, just to attract more attention to this area. And ready to drink cocktails is a really trending category right now. So we would like to designate a whole cooler to those. Next slide, please.
So a few more proposed improvements to the store would be to add cigars, barrel orders, tastings every Friday and Saturday. We'd like to wrap the outside windows with vendors' product decals, upgrade the surveillance system, get Milwaukee Liquor on the complex reader board, and create an email for bars to submit their liquor orders through, as currently they do not offer this option. Next slide. So with our proposed improvements and upgrades, we project to increase sales by 12% within the first year. We would do this first through single barrels. We plan to receive to receive 1 single barrel per month, which would generate $120,000 in additional sales. Along with single barrels, our expanded selection would help us increase the average ring up per customer. We project to increase the average ring up by $5 per customer, which would generate $540,000 annually. In addition, Milwaukee Liquor will see an increase in customers with the new apartments going in behind the complex, as well as new seasons coming to the complex in 2023. And Carly and I would be ready to grow with this increase in customers. Next slide.
And on to the hours of operation and staffing. We would like to continue with the current store hours, but will consider extending based on demand. And for staff, we would like to reiterate with any current or new staff, the responsible way of selling alcohol, so checking IDs and being aware of any visually impaired persons. We spoke with the current manager, and the current staff intends to stay with new ownership, which would be in addition to Dustin and I, who would each be devoting 50+ hours into the store.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Next slide, please. In closing, why we believe we are the right choice for Milwaukee Liquor 1094. We are both highly qualified with direct experience operating a retail liquor store. We currently manage 13 million in liquor sales annually, and both ready to devote 100% of our efforts towards the operation of growth of Milwaukee Liquor. Thank you for your time and consideration. What questions do you have for us?
Thank you. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. The new construction going on behind the facility, were there going to be apartments or condominiums or both?
I believe it was just apartments. 234 units is what I researched and found.
234 units?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
You bet.
I show that your savings, you've got over $209,000 in there. So, but the average on that account was about 83,000. Has there been, can you explain that difference?
Yeah, it was in a separate account. I have 2 savings accounts. I just
Okay.
consolidated them for one simple.
All right, and then you don't have ownership in the stores you manage right now?
Correct.
So you're leaving those positions if you're successful here?
Yes, so actually I have a well-trained assistant manager at Oregon City, and the current agent is still around, so he will spend a little bit more time there. So that store will be completely taken care of, so I can devote my time to Milwaukee.
But you don't have ownership in the store you're running now? No.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. And do you know, you talked about some improvements. Those look great. Thank you very much. We love to see that. What is the cost of the improvements, do you think?
So currently the store is pretty well updated. The fixtures are in good condition. So aside from the buyout and required fixtures that we'd be purchasing, be pretty minimal right away. So like a cigar humidor, I think we estimated $3,000. We'd have to purchase the current beer coolers. Those were not included in that required fixtures that we purchased. Those are going to be approximately $10,000. Surveillance system, 15. So I would say under 20,000 initially. But, we're not opposed to continually updating the store as needed, as we've done in Scappoose. We've done 2 separate remodels and continually update and put money into the business as needed.
Thank you. Very good.
Anybody else? I have a couple of questions. CD Beverage Inc. to be formed, which means that you're going to form it if you get this? Is that?
We have formed it prior to this commission meeting. It was
So what year was it incorporated?
This year.
Okay, because it's not on the on your application, so.
Correct.
So the question I have, and you did a good job on the startup cost. I thought it was very reasonable and made sense. You got a buyout of $214,000. If you say 20, I say 50 by the time you're gonna get done with it.
Right.
You got an operating cost of 20,000. It'll be about 10,000 a month. You got 2 months that you have to put in there. So for argument's sake, you're at worst 300,000. You've got 385,000 available to you. I think that's doable, but it's close. That 214 buyout is interesting, to say the least. So, do you have any concerns about the fact that you're going to run into a cash crunch on it, or not?
Not really. Based on our experience, I was an integral part of starting up Scappoose, and I believe there will be no issue, until we receive the paycheck.
If there is, what do you do?
I believe we have people that will be willing to help out with us if we need, and we have our other stores that have been very well run, so we can take advice from those that have been running those stores equally as well.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
so who's Brent Boland to you? Is that your father?
That's our
It
father,
is. Okay,
yeah.
so you guys are the Bolands, right?
We are, that is us.
Your mom has a store, correct? Or
No.
You're just your father has a store?
He's the agent of both the current
Of
stores that we
the,
run.
of the Scappoose and the Oregon City store, correct? Perfect. So you guys have grown up in the business.
Yes.
Carly, I have to say, your merchandising skills are stellar.
Thank you.
So that was beautiful.
Thank you.
So, thank you for showing that to us.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, up next, we have G&G Sarkaria LLC, and the representative is Gold Sarkaria. Again, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Gold Zakaria from G&G Zakaria LLC.
All right, you'll have 7 minutes for your presentation, and I will give you a warning with you have 30 seconds left. And if we interrude on your presentation, we'll stop the clock for you.
That's nice.
Is that working?
Right there.
There it goes.
Hi, my name is Gold Zakaria. I've been the owner and manager of a convenience store for about 18 years. Sold it in 2020 during the pandemic. It was in Southern Oregon. It was actually one of the highest, it was the highest Southern Oregon convenience store during that time until we sold it. And then ever since that, I've been in the franchise business as well. I've had 5 Subway restaurants. They're all located downtown in Southeast Portland. So the reason I bring this up is because it's a perfect blend between having good customer service and having the business and management experience of a convenience store, which is very similar to a liquor store. Convenience store plus liquor is what we're pretty much dealing with right now. So the liquor store, as everyone knows already, it's a booming industry. That's the reason why it's a very appealing area to grow into. Even though I'm going to be the sole owner of the business, I do have it. We're going to run it like a family business. I have an extended family. They all live in Portland. That's part of the reason why we sold a convenience store in 2020, just so we could focus on, building in Portland. And with all that extra help, it really helps out during the labor crisis that everyone's going through. I have a lot of employees, whether from all the locations, and that's a huge help right now during any business to business transaction. So the target market, what I plan on doing is investing $320,000 right off the bat into getting the business started, buyout, and I'll get into those details later. They're all going to come from me, even though the corporation's under a G&G Zakaria. I'm the sole owner of it, so I'm going to inject $30,000 just to get it started immediately, but $320,000 overall. The target markets we're going to be focusing on are 30 plus. When I talked to Terry and Mitch, that's the growing demographic in that area. A lot of people, blue collar workers from Happy Valley, are growing in population and pretty much trying to target the areas that are in demand and all the new apartments opening up and just the area, just understanding the area in general. What we noticed that is the big opportunity for that area is actually the business to business development. From the data that was given to us by OLCC, the licensees profits have dropped by 50%, and that's the area where I want to focus on. My background really comes from pharmaceutical sales marketing, convenience store, and franchisees. And when it comes to go get them opportunities, there's no better opportunity than this store. You have 50% decline in sales when it comes to B&B. So what you really want to focus is on getting out there, making sure there's those restaurants that are reopening due to COVID, you're on there. And I don't feel like 20% increase in the first year is unfeasible. Like most people are going to mention, the startup tasks include upgrading security system, interior upgrades, including the coolers, the ambience, the black tiles just on top. There's a little bit of damage. A lot of it's cosmetic. This is as close to turnkey as possible. I've looked at several liquor stores prior years. This is probably the best one, so I'm not going to say it needs a lot of work. The big improvements I would say is adding coolers to it, a walk-in cooler. Just from the experience from the convenience stores, that helps a lot. It brings in customers that you normally not get for liquor, and just gives them a lot of impulse buys for other areas. The improvement on visibility on the changing signboard, which is the sign that's outside, and adding Milwaukee liquor to it.
We're gonna actually expand the daily hours from it's already 7 days a week, but extending it later, mainly to focus on getting more employees involved in B2B business and expanding opportunity areas in that area and any supporting areas around it. The first year plan is to, like I mentioned before, is to focus on the B2B opportunities recovering from COVID and the loss of business. The second is community involvement, making sure all the local business know we're around, be available for them when they're reopening their businesses. Focus on the urban area. That's what the 30+ demographic in that area is craving for. They call it urban city. And just to create awareness about being there and brand awareness. Operational improvements allow faster service and improved cash flow. Make sure we have we support our employees, because during a labor crisis, everyone has a lot of options, and being from the fast food industry as well, we know that employees demand more, and you got to take care of them to make sure this relationship with the B2B business stays, because once you develop those relationships, you got to make sure you maintain them. This is what we're planning. This is how it currently looks, and this is what we plan on doing. It's we don't believe in the coldly just the beverage display they currently have. Walk-in coolers are the way to go. It provides more space and colder beverages, and it's more appealing to the customer. It is a higher upfront cost, but the long-term profitability on that is by far none, better than none. The reason why I would be a better qualified candidate is because of the experience I have on getting a convenience store up and going. I come from a background where I come from an immigrant family that doesn't really have any business experience, and we had to start everything from scratch. So even though I was given an opportunity to run a convenience store, every business that I have started, I've expanded. And this is just an entry. This is why I'm looking to break into this area, because I feel like I could expand this area as well, especially since it's already kind of turnkey. All it really needs is someone to get out there and create the connections. This is just the demographics. Those are just numbers that I'm sure you guys all know about the liquor industry. For time's sake, I will skip to the sales.
You have 30 seconds left.
All right.
Are those local demographics?
That is local demographics.
Can you go back to it for a second?
Sure.
It won't take your time out.
I pause the clock for you.
Sure. So the local demographics show that Portland, although recently has been stagnant because of COVID and people are kind of leaving downtown and going to the suburbs, there is still a little bit of growth. But Clackamas County has increased over the last couple of years, and this is part of the reason why we plan on growing our business to business and more, and getting out there more. And this is the information from PSU that they released last year.
Okay, thank you.
And this is just upgrades on the shelvings. They're bare bones, and we're just making sure they're all full, making sure it's appealing. The strengths, as I mentioned before, getting out there on B2B, making sure customers are happy, making sure employees are ready to serve customers. And the only real threat is making sure the lease is negotiated. It expires in 3 years. You have to have a backup plan on making sure there's another opportunity out there if worst case something happens and you don't have that property anymore. So the number one asset I would have to focus on is renegotiating that lease. My weakness, I would say, is I don't have direct liquor store experience, but I do offset that with all my other experience. And I do think it's a good blend of all experience together. The only way you can really get into an industry if you get an opportunity, and I think this is a great opportunity to jump into.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Did you say 300,000 was what you were going to invest?
320,000.
And could you just give a brief breakdown of what that was?
Sure, absolutely.
What they're trying?
So the buyout would be 215,000, startup cost would be 30,000, operating cost would be 40,000, improvements would be 15,000, a buffer of 15, because whatever I expect, I always like to have an extra buffer, because contractors, cost of labor, all those things you have to take account, they're fluctuating, and then marketing is 5,000.
Why the 40,000 when you only have to put 20,000?
Well, I will be focused on heavy to B2B. I'll have extra employees to reach out to the liquor stores, bars, restaurants, and local communities that are trying to get back up and running. This summer is supposed to be the time where a lot of businesses that I know, being in the downtown community, a lot of them are coming back. If you don't jump on those opportunities first, then you're not going to build that relation. So I will be focusing a little bit extra money on getting those businesses established early on.
How much time do you plan to spend on the location? You
Well,
personally?
that's the issue.
Fortunately for me, I do have a franchise. I run franchisee in Portland, Oregon, and I do have a district manager, and it's very self-sufficient. That's one of the benefits of a franchisee. So I will be focusing anywhere for 50 to 60 hours. I have a brother-in-law that used to own a bar. He got married. He had to sell it, and so he's very well versed on how the bar business works, the connections over there, and just being available, not 24 hours a day, but as close as available for all the restaurants and bars, because they want things on demand quick and they run out of stuff. So I don't want to be under. I don't want to say 20 hours, 30 hours. It could be anywhere from 50 to 80 hours a week, depending on how much relationships you build. So I will be heavily dedicated. I have all my family here too, so it's just not a one-man operation. It's my sister that works here, my brother-in-law, and then, very extended family.
I'm going to make a statement for myself. Okay, you're a very smart guy. You're a good businessman. We're looking at giving somebody that store to operate and make a profit for themselves and for the state of Oregon. And it's really important for those people to be there. I mean, in my mind, okay?
Absolutely.
All of your expertise and all of your ability, we have to believe that you're going to be there and utilize that, not for a week or a month, but to establish that business. And are you going to spend 20 hours there, or are you going to spend full time there?
Oh, full time, absolutely. Especially with the business to business relationship. If you don't spend full time on there, you're going to lose that business relationship. It's just like the pharmaceutical sales industry. If you don't have that doctor on call, you're going to lose that business because you have so much competition. If you don't have that customer service experience, you're going to lose long-term sales with that because they just hop ship to somewhere else.
Let me follow up with one other question. If you got this business and you did 4 million a year, I just want an overview. I'm not interested in your personal finances. What percentage of your assets would be in this business compared to your total businesses?
No, about 40%.
40%?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
What are you thinking?
5 stores, 5 Subway stores, correct?
Correct.
And so I know one of the things that, about being a franchisee is it's pretty seamless, right? I mean, the engine just goes, but how often are you there at all those? They're all in Portland, it looks like.
Right.
How often are you at those stores?
They're very self-sufficient. Every store is, your moneymaker store, and then the slower stores and stuff like that. There's one college location I'm there the most. All the other stores are very self-sufficient. They run a 2-3 person crew and very little issues, low overhead. Unlike a convenience store, that's part of the reason why I'd be dedicating most of my time over there, because a liquor store, very similar to a convenience store, requires hands-on experience, and otherwise you're just gonna just through employees, you're gonna lose so much money. And unlike the worst thing that happens with a Subway restaurant is they're gonna steal a sandwich. Not the worst. So I do understand that a liquor store is much different than a restaurant, because if you're not there, it's gonna hurt you. Short term, long term, everywhere in the middle. So so my focus would definitely be 100% early, especially early on. And it has so much opportunity to grow that if I was given an opportunity, I would be spending more than ever on trying to get those solid relationships first before I could even think about reducing my hours.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is this your first time presenting in front of?
It's been about 4 years. I think I did it 4 years ago.
You did a good job. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Stephen Gray.
Good afternoon. Again, state your name for the record, and you will be on the clock.
Would you
please do the slide for me?
First of all,
Oh,
I
yeah.
apologize giving you a handout, Chair Rosenbaum, again, but there's a reason for it.
I
Swear.
missed those. I
Good evening.
had no idea.
Commissioners, thank you. I apologize, but I'll explain it later. Okay. All right, there you go. There you go. Well, okay. There you go. You just made my day. All right. Nobody in hands up. I'm getting.
You have 7 minutes, and I'll give you 6 minutes, 30 seconds. I'll give you a warning.
Okay, thank you so much. Morning, I'm Steve Gray. I'm interviewing for 1094 Milwaukee. So we'll pull that up there. Go to the next slide, please. Here's a table of contents really quick. I'm going to introduce myself, current location, strategy, timeline, customer service vision, protecting the business, and meet the team. So next slide, please. Okay, I have started working in retail at 16, have over 40 years experience, 10 years as a store director, 12 years as a district manager. Oversaw 20 stores in Portland Metro bin market, specializing in resets and small store footprints to maximize sales. And I've done over 30 remodels in my career. Currently, I'm a store director with sales of over 600,000, 178 employees. Oh, I'm so, thank you.
Next one or no?
No.
Okay.
So tall. Okay, $1.7 million of inventory on hand, $68,000 in labor budget. I handle all cash drops, cash handling, workers' comp, HR, scheduling, and employee issues. Next slide. Okay, this is the SWOT analysis. Strength is knowledgeable staff, established clientele, 5.4 million in sales for the store. Milwaukee is expected to go 3.4%. Ease in and out access. New seasons open in 2023. It's a great addition. Weakness is minor updates to the ceiling and the store. Low beer and wine selection. Store needs a reset to maximize on hand and variety. And exterior needs updating. Opportunities in stock. Store lacks special request process. And the long-term store manager is leaving with the current owner. So threat would be that the owner has built a great relationship with the customers and licensee, possibly losing sales or employees. Next slide, please. Okay, hours of operation, you see the current one there. My proposal is 10 to 9 Monday through Saturday and 10 to 6 on Sunday. Next slide, please. Okay, here's what the store currently looks like today. Next slide, please. Again, just the four corners. I want you to see the entire store as it sits today. Next slide, please. My proposed exterior, as you can see, we're going to add new storefront window decal film, new liquor, beer, and wine signage on the front, and you can see what the exterior looks like on the bottom. Next slide, please. On the side of the building on Oak Street, there is no signage or anything to let you know what the business is. That is a busy street. We're going to add new liquor, beer, and wine signage there, and the new, as you can see, the new storefront window decal. Next slide, please. Okay, this is proposed reset. As you see, if it's in dark or shaded, it's new. If it's in red, we're moving it. So we're going to set it up into zones. We're going to have a vodka zone, a bourbon zone, a scotch zone, a tequila zone, which tequila is the second fastest growing category in spirits. If it continues, it'll take over vodka in 2 years. And then we have an RTD zone also. So next slide, please. Here's what the proposed is. We're going to add ATM, soda coolers, and a store-made ice machine up front. And we're going to put mixer shelving and liquor cabinets on the window where there's currently nothing there today. Next slide, please. We're going to do a walk-in beer and cider cooler with local 2 doors of wine, one of them being local. Local spirit corner, so anything that's made in Oregon vodka or whiskey spirits that we can get in the warehouse, we're going to have it in that local corner, which is pretty cool. Next slide, please. Here's proposed interior where you see the decor. We're going to change the decor, the walk-in cooler, the beer, very friendly, open, ready to shop. Next slide, please. This is cool. We're going to take the ceiling out, give it an open air look. By doing that, it'll give you extra square footage from appearance without adding any extra square footage. So it's going to really make it feel inviting. Next slide, please. Okay, iPads with liquor tips and tasting notes. This is pretty cool. Customers, we're going to install 6 iPads throughout the store. Customers can scan their favorite liquor and find tasting profiles, recipes, even food pairings. Customers can then text or email a recipe to themselves. This will be in each of the different liquor zones, whiskey, tequila, vodka, etc., to give customers great suggestions for their favorite drinks and ideas. So next slide, please. Okay, here's our timeline, 30, 60, 90 days. We're going to hold meetings. We're going to maintain every employee there. I've been in there talking to them. great group of team. I need them all plus. We're gonna order new shelving for the back room, order shelving for the mixer wall, meet with all the licensee customers, set labor budgets, update the computer systems and security system as needed, clean and total store reset. 60 days, meet the vendor community. We're gonna join the local community, both in person and on media. We're gonna get the exterior facelift done, signage and window decor, and then upgrade the shelving fixtures around the checkout. And in 90 days, get the delivery truck, install the high-end liquor cabinet with the humidor, and remove the ceiling tiles to finish the remodel to give it that nice new look. Next slide, please. Here's the customer service side of it. We're gonna greet every customer, become a sales expert and speedy checkout for sure. But please focus on the digital customer section of this. We're gonna build a website to encourage online sales, digital marketing team, and we're gonna iPads and liquor zones to inform customers with flavor notes, recipes, and food pairings. Really excited about that. My son and daughter are gonna be the social media team. They're gonna create the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram account, and they'll be posting daily. Next slide, please. Okay, here's protecting the business, customer service side of it, employees on the sales floor, greeting customers, offering suggestion, security system. We're gonna make sure that we adjust all cameras and angles. We're gonna ensure all doors are checked and windows, and upgrade the security system for sure after the reset. Employee side of it, we're gonna selling alcohol responsibly. We're gonna train them on cash management, cash handling, and we're gonna also do inventory best practices. Next slide, please. Okay, this is quick how we're gonna grow the licensee bars and restaurants, but I'm gonna speed up. We go to the next slide, please. Here's the sales for the current location. I've talked about most of this, but a couple of things I wanna talk about is optimize the back room by adding racking and quick picks, inventory management and speedy delivery for licensee. We're also the remodel is gonna cost me what my budget has, 30 to 70,000 for modernization, a potential return on 7 to 10%. 10% would only be $112 a day. 15% would be $117 a day. So 15% easily after the reset and remodel. Next slide, please. Okay, here's Milwaukee, how it looks today. As you can see, the 3-mile radius, over 121,000, 5-mile radius, 346,000. And you can see the income that's surrounding this particular facility. The remodel is going to help attract those high-end customers. Next slide, please.
Okay. 30 seconds.
Here's meet the team. My son is going to replace the opening management position. My wife and I will be running it full time. My digital marketing team is my daughter Courtney, my son Nick. We're family run business. They both Nick has a degree in marketing and IT, and he'll be running that part of the business for us. Next slide. Any questions? Let me know. Thanks.
Thanks for clarifying
Thank you.
that.
What's that?
I was gonna ask, who is we?
Yeah.
Commissioners, any questions?
So, go ahead. So what makes you want to do?
I've been working in retail for over 40 years, right? Love retail. Taking all that I've learned managing 20 stores as a district manager, traveling. I'm back to running a store. My kids want to do it as a group, want to do it as a family business. My son's super excited. He's got his business degree. He's just like, Dad, you got it yet? Right? So he's like, he can't wait, right? I got to call him first before my wife. But the bottom line is it's a family thing we want to do together. I've done it my whole entire life. Now I want to do it for me. Let's spend my money. Let's grow our sales. Let's put our growth into it. Let's go out there and talk to the customer community and make a difference. New Seasons is absolutely the best customer you could ask for to come in that shopping center. Seriously, high-end, different clientele. That's like Disneyland for groceries at Disneyland prices because it's pretty expensive. So we're really super excited to do this as a family. And if I were to work from opening to close every day, I still work less hours than I do today. So to me, it's a great idea.
So Steve, you may have seen us kind of whispering like, little black mice up here. You're tearing out this, sometimes we think alike is kind of spooky. And so you're tearing out this and you open up, and then you say, I'm only gonna spend $30,000 to $70,000. And we say, nah.
Well, good call. That's not the beer pool. That's not the walk-in beer pool. 30 to 70,000 to get the store today. It's got the shelving. I can get the shelving for the wall. I'm getting the humidor built by a friend of mine. We have the coolers we're going to use for right now to get started. Yeah, the walk-in cooler is the next phase before New Seasons opens up. I am going to grand open with New Seasons. I'm going to use all their marketing. I'm going to spend all their money to advertise my new remodel business. And I can't wait for them to show up. So we're waiting for that big event with that shopping center, which it needs it so bad. So that 30 to 70,000 is just for the shelving. The shelving's there. It's the square footage is there.
How much you gotta spend, Steve?
Like anything else, you're right, 30 to 70 will probably be around 100. But the beer cooler is gonna cost me 60,000, and that's why that's coming later. Okay.
And your ice machine's gonna cost you at least 15.
Uh,
I bought one for about 12,000.
Did you?
Ice machine.
A friend of mine and I were looking online, so we had them a little less than that, so. Yeah, so I'm gonna buy, I got one that I can get used. We're really my goal is to spend the money taking that ceiling out, resetting it, putting it in the zones, installing the iPads, making it a more modern store. We're gonna do online ordering, have 2 parking spots up front for customers to just order online, and we'll take it out to them. It's about taking it to the next generation and making it, new seasons is coming. They have beautiful stores. And I'm gonna tag along with that and spend their advertising money when they remodel and grand open. Because I'll have flags out there and we'll look like it's a brand new store.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Kurush, Sharon, and Zora. I'm sorry, Zora.
Yeah, Zora Najafi.
Najafi.
Yes. We talk
Thank
all
you.
the time. I don't forget that.
It's kind of.
Welcome, man.
Thank you very much. We're very happy to be
Again,
here in
it's-
front of you. It
It's
has
nice
been
to see you
so
in
hard.
person.
Yeah.
This
Yes,
is
It's really exciting to see you in person. It's very, very, very big day for us, important day for us, and thank you very
Please
much.
state your name for the record.
Yeah.
And Mr. Doherty will have the time.
You
All
have
right.
7 minutes, and I'll give you a warning when you have 30 seconds left.
You doing it or I do it?
It's up to you. You want me to?
Yeah, I can say in the middle, it's like that, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Chairman Rosenbaum, whenever I start.
Yes, please.
Okay, Chairman Rosenbaum, Commissioners and overseas staff, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today. For the record, I'm Kura Sharon, and this is my wife for 20 years and business partner for over 30 years, Zora Najafi. We reside at 8885 Southwest Shackler Drive, Tigard, Oregon 97224. Next slide, please. Together, we would like to be the next owners and operators of Milwaukee Liquor Store number 1094. We are here today to tell you why we are the best choice for the success of this store. Next slide, please. I have over 40 years of experience in customer service, electronics retail store sales, new car sales, and restaurant management. For the past 3 years, I worked with several liquor stores in Lake Oswego, Wilsonville, Southwest Portland, and Mall 205. My duties were opening and closing, monitor and maintaining inventory, receiving weekly OLCC deliveries, shelf stocking, sales, cash handling and banking, and the POS daily data entering. Basically, I know all duties and responsibility in any liquor store. Next slide, please.
I have over 10 years management experience with the Starbucks Coffee and Torfazione Italia. And for the past 14 years, I've been owner and manager of my 2 restaurants, Shiraz in Tigard and Piatina in Pearl District. Both Kurosh and I have extended customer service and retail experience that we transfer to a store setting to provide unmatched shopping experience. Next slide, please.
Let's start with Store 1094 2021 sales report. You see the red numbers here, identify the categories they are, immediate opportunities to grow. First, we're going to look to increase the SKUs by underserved categories such as domestic biscuits, scotch, and brandy. Secondly, we're going to raise the average price per bottle sold to be more in line with OLCC. Next slide, please.
You can see the 6 major categories are underserved by the number of SKUs offered at the store compared to those at the surrounding area. We will work with OLCC to identify the holes and the top 100 for each category for adding over 600 to 700 SKUs. We will increase the Milwaukee store sales before end of the fiscal year for per bottle sold to over $21. This will be about 6% more revenue to OLCC and about 9% more for Milwaukee liquor outlets. Next slide, please.
Our plan for increasing sales is training our staff, creating safe customer service oriented environment. And because of my close relationship with lots of restaurateurs, I can easily increase the licenses sale for the store. Next slide, please.
Patty has done a fantastic job to make the store the way it is today, but our goal is to get to the next level. We also spoken to all the staff and they will stay. Our plan is to create a unique, contemporary, and safe outlet with a heavy focus on customer service and one-stop shop. Liquor plan is to focus on top 90% of SKUs by dollars sold, and the beer and wine plan is to focus on local and affordable wines and small local microbreweries. By having extended hours versus the competition, this will be again set us apart. Our store hours is going to be Monday through Thursday, 9 to 9, Friday and Saturdays, 9 to 10, and Sundays, 12 to 6. Next slide, please.
Responsible selling will be our number one priority to ensure we are contributing to our community in the safe manner. Next slide, please. Loss prevention will also be made of point of emphasis, have our entire staff trained by retail loss prevention and guidance of OLCC enforcement, and conduct weekly comprehensive inventory control. Next slide, please.
All right, we will be adding over 800 extra linear feet of the gondola shelving and over 32 feet of new cold storage, new LED lighting, and walking humidor.
Next one, please.
Yeah, please. Is that the next one now?
And next one, please.
New upgraded 24-channel IP security camera and alarm system with the outside siren and store lights. Next slide, please.
For marketing and advertising, we will develop an interactive website with shopping carts for licensee sale, launch social media campaign, daily posts on social media for specials, monthly liquor tasting with offering a new cocktail ideas and serving some appetizers. Next one, please.
There is a few letters of recommendations. Please check them at your convenience. And we would like to thank you for allowing us to present to you today and are grateful for this opportunity. And we ask you to appoint us today as a new agent for Milwaukee Liquor so we can build the next big thing in Oregon's liquor business. And we thank you again.
Thank you again.
Oh, you got time left to do it.
Yeah.
You want I can dance for you?
Dance or something.
Any questions? I have one, well, I have two questions. One, I think I asked you this the last time. You closed the restaurant in 2019, and what have you been doing since?
Oh, yeah, we didn't close it. We sold it.
You sold it.
We sold it, that's right. We sold them in 2019, and we wanted to take a few months off. And after that, we wanted to start, to be honest, I wanted to do the liquor store. And from 2019, basically, we have been actively looking to get to open or to start new business, and that's going to be liquor store for us.
Okay.
Now, and what I was doing, I was doing some consulting with people. They are opening a restaurant recently. Another person I helped them. They opened one restaurant in Beaverton. And another person I helped. He opened a pizza place in downtown Beaverton. And the first one is in Western District in Beaverton, where Kmart used to be open, the Persian restaurant, the other one, pizza restaurant. Basically, I help people. Another person in Ohio, I helped her to open a restaurant over there. And also at the same time, I do some cooking online and internet chef, because I've been chef for quite some time, you know, and quite good in it. I can burn and cut my hand.
I'm asking the next question just out of curiosity.
Of course.
Nothing more.
Definitely.
I've never seen anybody in their financial statements put down cash, 148,000, cash at hand in home,
No,
50,000.
no, cash in hand I have got is about 50,000.
Yeah,
That's
but why distinguish, I've never seen anything like that. Why distinguish, this is just a curiosity.
Because that's cash dollars I've got in the safe.
But yeah, but what's the difference between cash, the cash you have in the bank and cash you have at home?
Well, sometimes I can tell you, actually, sometimes something can happen, disasters happen. You cannot get the, cash or money from anywhere,
Oh,
but
I
you can
see,
cash
I
in
see.
your,
You have $100,000
If I had 100,000 in the house, I wouldn't tell you.
And I don't know why he told you. I don't know where that money is. I don't know where that money is. Euros or something, I don't know.
That's one of the things I was trying to get at.
Unfortunately, that's the nature of people from that side of the world. Always, they love to have cash in their hands, and also what they like to have gold. I don't have gold because my house was.
Don't ever tell anybody that again.
Don't tell anybody.
Don't tell them that. Listen to her.
No, I don't have any gold.
Everybody knows, there are cameras everywhere. Anyway, I just want to make sure that, we understand when we sold our business like 2.5 years ago, our intention was to take some time off coming from the restaurant business, working really, really hard, having really nice and successful businesses. We just wanted to take some time off. With the COVID, that extended a little bit more. And since then, actively, we have been trying to get one of these liquor stores because we feel like it's a very good fit for us. Restaurant business is good. He loves it. I don't because it's hard. It's really hard. But liquor business is more solid, and you know what you're doing. So our goal was like that before we even started and coming here. We have been coming here even before we were selected to come and see you guys. We were sitting and listening to everything. Very actively, we have been trying to get one to secure ourselves, our future, family, and we are very, very much interested, and we feel like we are very ready and qualified for it as everybody else. I don't have any doubt that lots of people are qualified, but we will see what's going to happen this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I love your picture and there that you presented in here, but you're so much older than she is. She stays young.
That's his hair.
Those pictures I've taken at home. That is, the first picture is part of my.
Which picture are you talking about?
I don't know. It's all the second.
That thing, if you're talking, is part of my own personal collection. I don't drink, but I love.
We're gonna let you stop.
And
now.
that
You should.
that charcuterie that there is a picture as like an appetizer. We're gonna, this is our restaurant. Yes, it was one of the events that we had. And it was like a board like this. It was all charcuterie and everything homemade. The restaurant made that we made, and it was lovely. So we can entertain like that. Still, I love to entertain. When you're coming from the restaurant business, there's so many things that you can involve with your drinking, and everything that you can do. So it's gonna be perfect for us.
Yeah,
Just perfect.
That one I made it for one event. I hated to rent my restaurant out because I didn't want to upset my regular customers. But they were Goldman Sachs. They came, they said, we want it. I said, okay, I just threw a number. I said, this much. They said, okay. I said, oh my God, I made a mistake. I wish I would ask more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
for your time.
Okay, next up, last but not least, Derek Sims.
Your purse.
Oh, yeah. I thought I brought my.
Does it have 50,000 in it?
Yeah, but that's-
No.
Yeah, I was still thinking about that money. Oh, I have your address.
Please state your name for the record, and Mr. Doherty will have your time.
Yes, you'll have 7 minutes, and I'll warn you at 30 seconds left. And if we interrupt you for any reason, I'll stop the clock for you.
Sounds great. Good morning. My name is Derek Sims, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my plan for Store 1094. Next slide. And let's move to slide 3. I'll start with my retail qualifications. I've worked for 27 years in retail stores now with Safeway and Albertsons. I started my career as a bagger while attending school and eventually working my way up to managing stores with sales over $800,000 a week. I then was promoted on into various roles and eventually the Northwest Division Finance Manager for Safeway, where I was responsible for all sales and profit planning I also trained all the upcoming store directors on how to effectively manage their P&Ls. As business process improvement after the merger of Safeway and Albertsons, I manage conversion teams and train stores nationwide on inventory, ordering, and other key parts of the day-to-day operation. In my current role, I design, implement, and train store teams on new programs and technology to improve store operations company-wide. Next slide. So looking at 1094, the store is in a great high traffic location. It's only going to increase with the addition of the apartments in the back as well as new seasons. It has great parking, it has a fantastic staff that I hope will all stay with me if I am chosen to get the store. And from what I've seen from observations and interactions I've had with the staff, they do a great job there. There are some areas to improve, as the store was down a little over 330,000 in consumer sales last year. The store has impacted themselves by space constraints near the front counter, with a good portion of the sales floor not being effectively utilized. There's an opportunity to reconfigure, add additional items, and improve overall merchandising store-wide. Next slide. This store doesn't need a major remodel, but just some minor adjustments, as it's already a very nice store. I'd like to touch up the paint out front, add some new signage to call out beer and wine, as well as the liquor that we already carry today. Next slide. This slide highlights all the changes. I'll be speaking a little bit more detail on the next couple slides. Next slide. The bulk of improvements with this store really come with re-merchandising. I'll put systems in place to improve in-stock conditions, as I've built multiple forecasting and ordering tools in the past. I will also add additional shelving, re-merchandise throughout to add more space dedicated to liquor so that we can increase selection and holding power. Next slide. I'm going to improve the current customer flow by directing customers into the checkout area from the far side. I will also create dedicated areas to spotlight our great local items, as you can see on the chart above. Next slide. I will expand whiskey as well as tequila sections significantly, as these two categories are seeing the biggest growth, and whiskey happens to be my personal favorite. I will have a clear layout with dedicated space for product tastings and other key liquor categories. Next slide. This slide shows changes I'll make to the back room. As associates are a big part of achieving success, I want to make sure they have a dedicated space for breaks by removing one of the two office areas. This will also provide additional space for backstock. Next slide. I want to turn up the dial on customer service, as it's the lifeblood of any retail business. We will train the staff to become product experts so they can be knowledgeable and feel comfortable making recommendations to customers. We will take advantage of the responsible vendor program to ensure staff are properly trained on the sale of alcohol and the impact it can have should they sell to a minor or intoxicated person. Next slide. I will also engage customers by creating online content through various social media platforms, as I really want to build excitement and drive those folks into the store. Next slide. It's very important to reflect the community in which we operate. I would love to hire a bilingual associate to help us provide better service to all of our customers. I will be partnering with local community organizations on staffing needs. My wife, who joined me here today, has spent 20 years in retail and HR recruiting, working hand in hand with outreach groups, and I'll call on her expertise to assist with our hiring needs. Next slide. On the next slide is our timeline. In the first 30 days, I'll have kickoff meetings with the staff who I hope to keep, vendors, and especially our licensees. We will look to add a bilingual associate, and we'll evaluate the current hours of operation. Next, we start to re-merchandise the entire store. We will reconfigure the back room for the associate break area, and we'll look to add additional cameras. Finally, we'll add additional coolers, add additional shelving to existing gondolas, as well as add new exterior signage outside. Next slide. For the hours of operation, I will plan to add an additional hour on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we'll evaluate from there if we extend beyond that. Next slide. Protecting our product and minimizing shrink is critical. I will be on site full-time managing the day-to-day operation to make sure the store is a success. We will be doing regular inventory level tracking and review, as well as frequent bank deposits to avoid any undue risk to the business or the associates. Our team will be on the sales floor during peak times of day, providing great customer service while discouraging potential theft. Lastly, we will add additional cameras with monitors up front for easy viewing of all areas of the sales floor. Next slide. I think we can easily increase the current sales with improved customer service, increased liquor selection, and a better layout. Plus, adding a bilingual associate will potentially help us identify items we may be missing to drive more sales into the store. Next slide. I'd like to say thank you to Brian Fleming and Randy Howell. I would also like to thank Chair Rosenbaum and the rest of the commission for considering me today. Any questions you may have?
Any questions? No? Very good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, all right. The commissioners will now go into executive session to deliberate on the agent selection pursuant to the authority of ORS 192.660 2 sub A. If there are members of the media present, representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the media are specifically directed not to report on any deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decisions may be made in executive session. We will return to open session in this room. The media may attend the executive session, but commissioners as a body may require the discussion not be recorded. A record must be kept to the executive session. Recording of minutes prepared, though such records need not be disclosed. With that, we'll go ahead. We're back on the record, and we have a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Doherty?
Yes, I move to appoint Stephen Gray as the permanent agent at store 1094 Milwaukee, effective July 1st, 2022.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Melinas,
Yes.
Commissioner Raval,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. Thank you all. Listen, it's always a difficult situation. Honestly, we'd like to give more than one, because there were people here who were very qualified, and you're going to hear it, but I would recommend it. We don't say this just for the sake of saying it, but I recommend that you all apply again in the future. Because we came out with some very positive reactions to you. So don't be discouraged, come back again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And don't let us down.
Come see me, we're close.
We're gonna, you don't know about it, but we'll be watching you.
Thank you. He said one of us was not each other. Good job.
Okay.
Commissioner, thank you very much.
Thank you. What can I say? We all like.
Yeah,
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Yeah, please.
Don't give up.
So you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah.
All right. We're on rules. Nicole?
Yes.
Look, they all left.
I know, you're really quiet in here now.
We've been to the fascinating stuff now.
They all left.
We know how to clear a room. Good afternoon.
We have 39 people still on, so you have an audience.
Good afternoon, Chair Rosenbaum and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Nicole Blasse, and I am the Rules Coordinator for the OLCC. I'm here to present 2 rulemaking actions for your consideration today. First step, we have initial action for wine label designation of nested American viticultural areas. This is to amend OAR 845-010-0923. Senate Bill 829 passed in the 2019 legislative session. This bill was codified as ORS 471.802 and imposed certain wine labeling requirements related to nested American viticultural areas within the Willamette Valley AVA. In response to this legislation, the OLCC adopted OAR 845-010-0923 in December of 2020. However, the wine labeling requirements are not operative until January 1st of 2023. Since the rule was adopted, the OLCC and wine industry members have identified rule clarifications, specifically changing references of brand label to wine label, and making clear that the rule applies to wine that is labeled on or after January 1st of 2023. Commission staff proposed to initiate rulemaking to clarify the rule language before the labeling requirements become operative. And Kelly and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner? We're pretty well versed on this, so let's we need action on it. May I have a
Chair,
Commissioner?
I move to initiate rulemaking and to hold a rulemaking hearing at staff's discretion.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner DePong Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Revel,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
You're on a roll. Keep going.
All right. The next item is a final action for permittee required reporting of trafficking and unlawful employment of minors. This is to adopt OAR 845-006-0350. During the 2021 regular legislative session, Senate Bill 515 was passed, which requires employees of certain licensed premises who hold alcohol service permits to make a report if the permittee has reasonable belief that sex trafficking is occurring at the premises, or that a minor is employed or contracted as performer at the premises. The bill had an effective date of January 1st of 2022 and required the commission to adopt rules to implement this legislation. On December 16th, 2021, the commission voted to take temporary action by adopting 845-006-0350. The temporary rule went into effect on January 1st, 2022, and is set to expire on June 4th of 2022. Upon approval, OAR 845-006-0350 will become permanent on June 5th of 2022. And Kelly and I are happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners?
Yeah.
Commissioner?
I move to ratify the 2 stipulated settlement agreements as proposed by staff.
Not quite, that's a settlement one. It's okay.
Oh, I move to adopt OAR 845-006-0350 effective June 5th, 2022.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner DePong Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Revel,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Wonderful. Chair
Easy
Rosenbaum,
enough.
Commissioners,
Now,
thank
if you guys get out of here, we'll have nobody in the room.
Message received.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It has been a long day. Ratification of let's start the alcohol violation stipulation settlement agreements first. Hi, Andy, how are you?
Good afternoon, Chair Rosenbaum and Commissioners. Good to see you.
Good seeing you. Listen, you want to take these 2 separately on the alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay,
separately, and then we
that's
gotta
what I
deal
figured
with
that I would get to, so let's take them separately. Will you please give us a a synopsis on the first one, which is Bridgetown Beer House, please.
Yes, Chair Rosenbaum. So Bridgetown Beer House had about a year without LLI insurance. It was discovered during the course of a lawsuit against the licensee for an alleged event that started at the premises. The original business, it had a change of business structure, and there was one partner who was unfortunately the one who was in charge of maintaining and continuing the LLI insurance, was in the process of leaving the business. The remaining members of the business were under the impression that he had arranged for the continuation of the insurance prior to his departure from the business. However, that was not the case. They had continued making payments. They were in a situation where they had two separate insurance agents, and they were continuing to make payments to one insurance agent, which led them to believe they were making insurance payments and they had all required coverage. When it was pointed out to them that wasn't the case, they rectified it and got coverage within as soon as reasonably possible.
Commissioners, any questions? So one very quick question is there some mechanism that you guys use to, or the agency, Steve, maybe it's you who I should ask this question. There should be some mechanism to guarantee the insurance coverage at the beginning, isn't there?
Well, there should be, if I can jump in here, there should be at least a 30-day or 90-day notice to you if one of our agents' insurance lapses, and that's a requirement that we put in.
Right.
And the insurance company has to comply with. So I don't know if that was in place.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Well, I said it so much better. So is that something we have in place to require?
Yes, generally speaking, we receive notifications from insurance companies when that coverage is canceled. I'm looking at the report to see if it was noted whether or not we did not investigate until we got a report and a complaint from the third party who was suing the licensee that they did not have LLI. That makes it seem like that we were not notified. However, I know it is common practice that we do frequently receive those notices, and that's usually what precipitates these LLI investigations. However, that was not the case here, and I'm not sure why we either didn't receive it or missed it. And while it is normally the case, I cannot say for certainty that every single insurance company does in fact send out that notification.
But that's not my, the question, did they answer your question?
Well, yeah, do we have a stipulation when we have a licensee to show proof of their insurance, and on there should be a requirement that the insurance company notify us of any lapse or cancellation of coverage. They give us 30 days or 90 days notice.
So one of the things, so do we not get a certificate of coverage that is sent? Because normally whether it's any type of government situation involved, they're required they will call their agent or agency and ask for a certificate of coverage be sent that they have coverage. Consequently, when the coverage lapses or gets canceled, they then are notified again a certificate of non-coverage. So do we get certificates of coverage of insurance from all of our licensees?
That's the question that I was trying to get at.
Commissioner Revolve, yes, we require, part of the investigation is on both the initial application and renewal applications, we require information regarding insurance coverage. When after either between renewal periods or after initial licensing, that insurance coverage lapse, as a general policy, many insurance companies do send us notifications that it has lapsed,
Right.
but not all.
So it doesn't even have to go through the licensee. It's an automatic generally in the world of insurance, commercial insurance, where it just simply comes to the license holder, the requirer, i.e. the state, OLCC, or a city so it's not a responsibility of the insurer to even do that.
No, it's the responsibility of the insurance company. Yeah.
In this case.
But there is a requirement. You're not going to, obviously, you're not going to give a license unless there's insurance coverage.
No, right, and you gotta put that information on the application.
And you have
They
to put it on the application.
Right. But we
That
didn't.
is correct, Chair. These situations occur when there was an insurance policy in effect and that insurance policy is canceled for either non-payment or expires or some other issue.
And they didn't notify us.
The insurance company did not know.
No, well, I know they didn't, but they didn't notify, the licensee didn't notify us, and they knew that the insurance was cut.
Well, they did not know that insurance was.
Chair Rosenbaum,
or-
their statement was that they were not aware. They believed up until the time the inspector reached out to them that they did actually have all of the required insurance. And when the inspector went out and told them that they in fact did not have LLI, that they went out and secured it through their new agent within a matter of days. Also, I apologize. I did not identify myself for the record. This is Andy Chiller with the Administrative Hearings Division.
What is the stipulated penalty?
Yeah, what are you asking?
Yeah, what are we asking?
They didn't know that,
Yeah.
they didn't know that they were in violation. Is it automatic regardless?
Yes, it is.
That's what you're saying.
LLI is the highest violation we have. You must have coverage. It is a cancellation.
But they didn't know they didn't.
I know, so that's what Andrea, I gotta hear her answer, but.
We didn't
not
know
having-
and they didn't know.
Right,
Right.
And yet we're giving them a category 1 violation. How much are they asking in there? This whole thing threw me off. 399.
Chair Rosenbaum, a lack of LLI insurance is always a category 1. And the penalty varies depending on the length of time that the insurance has lapsed. In this case, it was over a year that they did not have LLI insurance, and that carries a presumptive penalty of license cancellation.
But that's not what you just said. And please correct me if I'm wrong. You said that the insurance was canceled, that they didn't know about it, and 5 to 6, 7 days afterwards, when they found out they got coverage. Now, that's not, that can't be true. But they didn't know.
Chair Rosenbaum, that's correct. The amount of time that they did not have insurance was over a year. We were not, the commission was not informed until the attorney for the party suing the licensee informed the commission. After that, after we were informed, the inspector went to the licensee, who was then first informed that they did not have this coverage. And then within a few days of being notified by the commission staff that they did not have LLI coverage, they obtained it.
No, I get it. And the licensee is okay with this? He's agreed, or she agreed to it?
Chair Rosenbaum, yes.
Anybody got any comments on this?
It's one of those things where it's kind of like, it's almost like operating without a license in some sense. It's like sacrosanct, because you know, a lot of people staple their liability insurance to the license. And it's like one of those things where you know the date that your license expires, you know the date that your insurance expires, because something goes on in one of those places. You know, people get hurt, and these places are operating on thin margins. They don't have a lot of reserves. So somebody goes out and kills someone, they get drunk. You know, the liquor liability is all they got. So I understand the importance of it, and it's shocking that it was a year.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see how it could happen, because maybe people only pay that premium once a year, but I kind of get it on that one. But it's too bad that they didn't know what happened, but it's, I'd be scared to death not having insurance personally. Just because of the issue.
Liquor is your #1 liability. You have to have.
We understand what's happening. It's just, we feel for the licensee in the situation where this is a Cat 1 and that's all there is to it. And this is $10,000 is better than 63 days of closed shop. It's just unfortunate. That's, from my opinion, it's unfortunate that it happened that way, but you know, insurers depend on their insurance companies and the carriers to follow through, and unfortunately, in this case, it didn't happen, so.
If nobody has any objection, let's take a vote on this.
And they agree.
I need a motion.
I move to ratify the,
We're going to do.
oh, this one. I move to ratify the one stipulated settlement agreement as proposed by staff.
Well, it's gotta be Bridgetown Beer House.
Bridgetown,
We gotta
what's
say-
their name in?
Bridgetown.
Beer.
I move to ratify the one stipulated settlement agreement with Bridgetown Beer House as proposed by staff.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter.
Yes.
Commissioner Melidas,
Yes.
Commissioner Oval,
Yes,
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes.
thank you.
I think we want to make sure that the staff and everybody's, that we have some say in when we give these licenses out, that we require the certificate of insurance. And in that certificate, we require a 90-day notice to us, which puts the responsibility on the insurance company to let us know. I don't know why they didn't let us know. That's what, and I'm just making a comment here that maybe that's something we should look at.
You're right.
Mr. Chairman, if you may, I'll make sure that all the commission gets our requirements with insurance and that you see it and see what we do in all of our various licensing activities and notification.
Yeah.
We'll get a memo out to you.
Double J Saloon, any comments on it? I'm just gonna make a comment. In May of 2020, restrictions were placed on this because of history of serious and persistent problems. And now you look at what's going on. I vote no as a general rule on those limited licenses because something's gonna happen, and here's another case of it. So you guys do what you want. I'm voting no on this. This license should be taken away from them, but that's only my opinion.
Well, Chair Rosenbaum, I'd be happy to provide a little more context about why we proposed
And
settlement in this matter.
thank you. You should. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rosenbaum. So both the inspector and AHD staff, through conversation with the licensee and the licensee's attorney, strongly believe that there were violations of the restrictions, but it was not due to a disregard or a lack of effort to comply. All evidence show that there were good faith efforts to comply with the restrictions. However, there were either misunderstandings about what exactly the restrictions allowed or did not allow, or that one aspect of the one element of the restriction violation took place at an external event that they were using their temporary use of their annual license to provide alcohol at an outside event outside of their licensed premises. And they attempted to comply with the camera requirements. However, because it was not their normal space, they were getting knocked over. They weren't placed in the right places. They couldn't view. So it's not a situation where it was a blatant disregard. We believe that this licensee showed effort and intent and willingness to abide by these restrictions, and that those efforts have been paying off. There have been, according to the inspector, no incidents at this premises since the imposition of the restrictions. And in addition to the restrictions that we imposed on the licensee, they have added several of their own. They are closing earlier than they have to. They have additional controls on alcohol distribution that they have voluntarily undertaken in order to control the incidents at their premises. And we believe that the lack of incidents, especially considering the seriousness of their history prior, shows that they are willing to go forward and be a compliant operator.
That's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Thank you for that.
That was helpful. I will reconsider my vote on that. That was helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I move to, Chair,
Yes.
I move to ratify the one stipulated settlement agreement on Double J Saloon as proposed by staff.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Melidas,
Yes.
Commissioner Oval,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes.
NJ.
So on the marijuana violation stipulated settlement agreements, Andy, I'm just thinking out loud for a second before you go. I know TH3 farms is something that we want to talk about. Is, on the other 5, is there anything that you want to take out of context or discuss? All right, well, we're gonna save some time for you. We'll take a motion on all 5 except for THC farms, then we want to hear from you on THC farms, and then we'll go from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I need a motion for the 5 marijuana violation cases except for TH3 farms.
So I move to ratify the 5 stipulated settlement agreements with, the exception of TH3 farms.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter.
Yes.
Commissioner Molinas,
Yes.
Commissioner Raval,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. Okay, Andy, would you please give us a background and, on TH3 farms and your dissertation on it?
Yes, Chair Rosenbaum. So TH3 Farms were one of 5 participants in an event called Budfest that we charged with violations. Budfest was an unapproved promotional event taking place on an unlicensed premises where various vendors paid to be vendors to display their products and or branding and hand out, in certain cases, and allow consumption of marijuana items and marijuana. We have reached a settlement with every single one of the other participants that we charged. The investigation, we sent undercover investigators to the Budfest event who then reported which vendors had product on site and which allowed consumption. There was then a follow-up inspection conducted at each of the locations of these particular vendors. And following that subsequent investigation, we issued charge letters to the 5 licensees, including the same or similar charges for bringing the product to the unlicensed premises and handing it out. And then if there were any additional violations found during the site inspection, those were charged as well. 2 of the licensees, we would only settle for this. We would only settle if they sold the business because of their refusal to cooperate in the investigation. There were 2 others that we settled, I believe, earlier last year with a reduction in their penalties and the acceptance of responsibility for multiple Category 1 violations. And then TH3 had intended to go to hearing, and we had a hearing set and recently requested or recently agreed to a settlement.
Okay.
So Andrea, I've got a question. Well, first let me ask, how do these licensees know whether or not, I mean, I guess it's incumbent upon themselves to find out if this is a licensed event, right? Because you go in and you're a vendor and you pay for your vending spot, you think that, you think that it's a licensed event. But I guess maybe that's a rhetorical question, but
well, Commissioner Floyd, I'm happy to answer it because there is a rule governing promotional events that licensees have to follow in order to hold a licensed promotional event. And that rule specifically states that you are not allowed to hand out product and you're not allowed to allow consumption. So if you are going to an event where you are bringing product to hand out, then that is a big red flag that your event is not licensed or sanctioned by the OLCC.
Okay.
Has that always been the case?
I would have to look at the history of the promotional rule, but I believe that is the case. And social consumption has on a licensed premises or an approved premises has never been allowed.
No, it was, yeah, and it's
never been allowed.
No, it's never been allowed. I think that's where, this industry is full of creative people, and I think, like the only thing I was a little confused on was, can you explain the metric thing, or there was some issue with they took product out of metric, put it back in, or can you explain the gist of what went on there and why it was a violation? Or
Sure,
why-
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Commissioner Moralitas, I'd be happy to. So what the licensee was a producer. The licensee is not allowed to provide product to a consumer or individuals. There's rules governing how that product should go from the producer and which licensees and which individuals who are licensed can get that product. TH3 Farms contacted a retailer licensee, told that retailer licensee that they had a friend who had an OMMP card and they wanted to hook him up with cheap pre-rolls. And if TH3 Farms transferred those pre-rolls to the retailer, would it be okay for their buddy with the OMMP card to go buy them back for a cheap price? The retailer agreed. TH3 then directed an employee to go use his OMMP card, get those pre-rolls, but not for the reason that they had stated, specifically took it so that they could take it to a promotional event where they would then use it at a site for the purpose of promoting their business. So it was essentially a scheme meant to launder the product out of metric to seem like it was no longer in their inventory. So it was not a bona fide sale. It wasn't a bona fide sale to a consumer that is contemplated under the rules. It was a scheme that was concocted in order to have a producer retake possession of this product and then use it for business purposes. It was not meant to be a sale as we know it.
I hear you. It's a tough one for me just because people get creative, and that's all I'm saying is I think it's easy to look at it as a malicious thing they may have done, but it's also easy to look at it like they thought they were going to a event, they wanted to get product out. We didn't have real clear rules on sampling back then. And also, you got to remember too, in the medical days, they had these consumption events that were just like, they're bonkers. And so it was, a lot of these folks come out of that. We changed stuff around. I've got a little bit of sympathy for them because even some of the stuff I've read, it confuses me. And on some of the changes of the guidance on events, but I get it. We've got our rules and people have their license and they got to keep up with it. I'm gonna go with what you guys have agreed to with the licensee, but I think maybe we'll talk about it more. But I just think there's been a lot of honest people, and this is kind of more big picture. I think there's been a lot of honest licensees caught up in some craziness that are still good licensees and have stood the test of time. And Steve can probably speak to it better than I can, and I know Commissioner Floyd's expressed it as well. I think expungement or something maybe down the road we look at is going to be helpful for everybody, because it's like we were saying earlier today, we've got a whole enforcement reform thing that we've done because a lot of folks jumped into the industry. The rules were written at a time where we had very little precedent, and people have broken those rules just trying to survive, and things change. So, and I know under 408, there's a lot of things to consider, but I'm going to vote yes on it because it was what was agreed to. But I just wanted to put my thoughts out there, just because, and I think maybe Steve's got more to say. I don't want to speak for the agency completely, but just a thought there.
Commissioner Moralitas, and we do as well have a lot of sympathy for changing rules. We also have to keep up with the evolving environment of marijuana regulation. However, under no version of the rules would a producer taking over 400 pre-rolls to an event ever be allowable. That, I feel like that is a basic thing that all licensees would know they weren't allowed to do. And the fact that this licensee concocted a story in order to get the product back into its possession shows in and of itself that they actually did have knowledge that this otherwise would not have been allowable. And so we do as well have sympathy for changing rules and following these, but it is a heavily regulated industry, and we do expect licensees to keep up with those rules. And this is one, not diverting product out of our seed to sale system is a bedrock principle that hasn't changed. And so I don't think this is quite a situation where this was where they were victims of the circumstances of the changing rules.
But did we have, and you are right. All I would say, did we have sampling rules at that time? In 2019, did we have sampling rules where licensees were able to?
No.
Yeah, see, and that's my only thing. And I'm completely agreeing with you. Like, but it's just neither here nor there. I don't want to get too far into the weeds on it. I see it. I'm agreeing with the settlement that's been made, but I do see a little bit of both sides on it. And I think it's good that we're considering looking back at some of these things, because this industry attracts creative folks, and this person certainly was creative.
Sure. There's a few things that I'm a little concerned with here, and it seems like, back when we talk about in 2018, 2019, when there was a lot of this sampling stuff, folks got creative. They got very creative. And, as I've said before, not everything is black and white. There are some gray areas. And you leave it up to the industry to find out where those gray areas are sometimes, right? And this may be a case where perhaps maybe some rules were manipulated, sales perhaps manipulated. But this is one of those cases, Andy, we've said it before too, we need more information on this. This is a Category 1 violation. This is, and often we don't hear from the licensees, unless they spend tens of thousands of dollars in attorney fees contesting the case. We get really one side of the equation, and there might be a gray area. And, I don't know if I'm necessarily 100% convinced here on these violations. Again, there might have been some manipulation here. But I think there was some misinformation. I think a lot of us know that there was some misinformation about these events. And so let me just stop there, but I do have a question for you, Steve. Sir, is there any expungement opportunity for us to put in a rule for these good operators with these Cat 1 violations, and particularly how it relates to Senate Bill 408?
Yeah, I think
prior to December 31st.
Absolutely, Commissioner Floyd, that we can look at that and come to you. And as I stated earlier in the record when I was speaking earlier, right, that we can come to you with a proposal about how we handle the Cat 1s charged that would not be Cat 1s under 408 going forward, right? So we can give you a variety of options on how that history of Cat 1 charges is used going forward in our system. So we can look at it and give you a variety of options. Now, I can tell you, it's not simple. It's not just like one for one. What about you had 3 Cat 1s before and we settled with you and now you get a history? How do we deal with that? So it's some work there, but I think we can get some proportional reset. Expungement is probably not the right term, as well noted, but that we can get some reset on getting people's histories comparable that we'll look at in the future, and the way we utilize histories on the marijuana violation side. While important to our abilities to get bad actors out of the system, it's also important that we get some fairness. So we'll look at those proposals. We'll bring them back to you for your consideration and how you want to handle that equity issue. But Andrea, I'd just like you, I think there's one bit more information. There was more charges here originally in this settlement. When you looked at, you did some things to work those charges down as we looked at this particular case. And could you just explain a little bit about that, just so the commissioners understand your diligence and your review.
Yes, Director Marks. So all 5 of the participants in the Budfest event had, like I said, the same or similar Category 1 charges stemming from their participation in the Budfest event. And we took a little bit of a different approach for settlement with each of those licensees. Like I mentioned before, 2 of them, we required the surrender of their license. 2 of them, we settled on the existing Category 1s. For TH3, because they had been essentially vouched for by their inspector, they had been good operators, a great partner with OLCC. We, after negotiating with their original counsel, actually reduced, originally they were charged with 3 Category 3 violations and a single Category 4 violation. We worked with their attorney to reach a settlement where one of the Category 1 violations became an alternate to the first, and we settled on the alternate Category 3 violation rather than the second Category 2 violation. So they were facing 3 Category 1 violations and a Category 4 violation, and we agreed upon a settlement for a single Category 1 violation and a single Category 4 violation. And we believe that that satisfied not just the interest of this particular licensee, right? Because we wanted to look at their cooperation. We wanted to look at those mitigating factors. We wanted to give them credit for their good efforts. But at the same time, look at what was equitable across these 5 licensees who engaged in the exact same behavior. They all did the same exact transfer out of the metric system that TH3 did. There was no difference. And so for us not to go forward with at least a single Category 1 against this licensee and settle for multiple Category 1s against the other licensees would also, we need to consider that equity also. We can't treat licensees who engage in the same behavior radically different. So settling for the single Cat 1 and 1 Cat 4, excuse me, 1 Cat 1, 1 Cat 3, and 1 Cat 4 seemed like the most fair and equitable outcome for both our own policies under and procedures and for treating these licensees in a consistent way, and also for taking into consideration, sorry, I misspoke. They were charged with 3 Cat 1s. You just start saying too many numbers and the gets all mixed up. To charging them, settling with them on 1 single Cat 1 as opposed to the 3 they were originally charged with seemed like the most equitable approach to take into consideration their cooperation and their history as a good operator, while also keeping in mind how the other participants were charged and what they settled on. And, you know, like I said, all 4 of those settlements came before this commission and were ratified, and they were substantially similar charges on, you know, similar fact patterns.
So Chair Richmond,
Yeah.
I'm taking a different approach. In my mind, this was clearly diversion up and down the line. And these weren't individuals who were trying to be creative. After 8 years, creativity is done. These rules have been in place for 8 years, pretty regularly. You go someplace and you're going to give away samples. We've never allowed them to have an event where they're going to give away samples and them not suggest that they know that they shouldn't be there or they shouldn't be participating because they want to be creative about their product. I am less likely to forgive down the road, since we're not going to expunge, you may forgive, you know, for their history. And at this point, we want to call people good actors. Well, they're only good actors until they're caught. So we don't know what they're doing before they get caught. And then they get caught and say, oh, Maricopa, Maricopa, Maricopa. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to do that. Well, you meant to do it, you just got caught. And so for me, it is, we're making changes because we talked about it earlier, because the industry has gained our trust. Well, if you gain our trust and then lose our trust, that's something to think about. Your solution to these 5 companies was equitable, all on the board. But from my perspective, I'm gonna look a lot harder when they come back and say, hey, forgive me for those, 1, 2, 3, 4 Cat 1s. And let's all play nice again. So TH3, I wish they were gone. They're not. They negotiated. Everybody stood up for him and said, hey, this is a good guy, not to me. I vote to approve, but they're not good guys to me.
Any other comments? I apologize, it's 10 after 3. I know everybody is ready to go. I just want to come from a little bit different point of view for a minute or so. This individual wrote us all a 9-page letter, okay? And I think that needs to go on the record too. This individual had his own attorney, but decided to write to us. And in all respect, because he wrote to us, we spent time on this thing. Not additional time because we looked into it. And that's our job. And it's, 10 after 3 on after all these hours, and we're still interested in this thing because it's our job. So, Andy, the first question I got to ask you is, in the material that was given to us, you wrote a letter to his attorney, and you said, and I quote, "I am requesting the production of all documents, notes, bulletins, and/or guidance you have regarding this method of getting product out of metric CTS. Please let me know if you intend to produce those records electronically or by mail, because we are working remotely, and if sent by mail, I will need to get in the office to retrieve it." Now, Commissioner Floyd said that perhaps we didn't get all the information. I'm assuming that she was referring to some of this. Did you ever get anything back from his attorney on what they claim was the standard procedure?
Rosenbaum, no, I did not receive anything in response to that request. We proceeded with settlement, and I didn't press it, and I don't want to give the impression that they didn't give it to us because they weren't participating in the process. It was just mostly the timing. But no, we did not receive that information.
Well, it was, the letter was dated March 15th. There's now May 19th or something like that. I don't know what day it is. So it's 3 months later, you still haven't gotten anything.
Chair Rosenbaum, that's because the time period, there was a hearing scheduled. This settlement was very much on the eve of the hearing. We were just about to prepare the case summary. We're going down the road of doing a lot of prep work for that hearing. And so the settlement negotiations took place. We had to inform the ALJ to remove the hearing dates from the calendar and proceed with the settlement. So, but once we were going to go forward with the settlement, it did not make sense to request the licensee to go through the effort and expense of producing those records.
But if the licensee was willing to go to the expense and effort to prove that what he said in the letter to us, that this was standard operating procedure, would you be interested in that?
Chair Rosenbaum, of course.
So there's one other thing. And this is only in fairness, and I don't disagree with Commissioner Revelle said either, by the way, but I want to be fair on this. The other thing is, December 31st, it wasn't a Cat 1, and this individual, he was more concerned about being charged with a Cat 1 than anything else. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but I don't think he cared about the fine. He just didn't want to be caught or be involved with a Cat 1. It wasn't a Cat 1 on January 1st. It was a Cat 1 on December 31st, correct?
Chair Rosenbaum, yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. So do you have any idea of how many other individuals, if any at all, are in this individual's category of negotiating out where it's no longer a Cat 1 if it's involved after January 1st? Are we talking about 5 people or 15 or 100?
Chair Rosenbaum, I don't think there's any way for me to estimate how many. It depends on how many reports are written, how many are in the queue to be dealt with. That I know that I myself have one hearing coming up regarding violations that took place from 2019 to 2020 that would be under the previous rules. So I can speak intelligently to one example, but I wouldn't have the information. I wouldn't have information about the number, but it would be however many reports were generated regarding events and incidents that took place before the effectiveness of that rule change.
I may want to know that eventually, but here's what I'm thinking, and this will be the end of it, okay? All right. Whether Commissioner Revelle in his position is right or somebody else's position is right, if you have no objection, it would maybe behoove this individual's license, but it would certainly help this commission if we gave 1 month for this person to come back and give us all the relevant information he has on the standard of procedures, because if there's any validity to it all, this commission should know about it. I mean, Steve, I'm looking at it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just disagree with you here for a moment. They could have produced it. I don't think they had it. That's why they settled.
Well,
there is no legitimate metric deal on the outside sale.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah, but I think that's why they settled and the process worked there.
And I understand that, but a letter was written to us. The letter was taken seriously by everybody on this commission, as it should be. The letter said that this was a standard operating procedure. And, you know, what's the difference if we, look, whatever you do on this is fine with me. What's the difference if we waited a month and give this individual a chance to produce all the records he wanted on this thing?
Chair Rosenbaum, if I can answer that as well.
Sure.
If the argument is that many other licensees were engaging in the same behavior and weren't punished, the fact that they got away with it and didn't get caught should not change our charging decision. If there is information from the commission saying that this exactly what they did would be an acceptable procedure, that's different. But if they were to produce evidence of other events, I would just caution the commission to give that weight, because it is proving that the more people do something wrong, the more they can get away with.
Well, that's obviously not my point. I mean, that's not obviously my intent on this. I just, you know, I think the commission should be aware if this goes on and we can do something to prevent it. That's only my thought. You know, again,
Difference is you believe them and I don't.
Well, I don't believe it. I don't believe and I don't disbelieve. I'm just asking to put up the information. I don't believe, I mean, you know, verify.
I can now tell you that they will be able to find some sort of confusing communication based on how events were to be structured, because it wasn't before the rules. I know that, and I've even seen communications on how events were to be run and things were to, because it was a patchwork of stuff. And so I think that's where I was just very confused on it. And when they wrote it, it raised some antennas. I think, I don't know what I mean, I think that,
what do you think?
I'm good with waiting a month. I'm good with settling. I kind of, because from what I've been able to ascertain, I don't know. It's really tricky, because like events are just confusing. They were confusing for a long time. I hear what Commissioner Revelle is saying, but like literally, like I was looking at this one, they advertised this thing in Portland Monthly. Then they brought in five different things. And so like, if they literally thought they were doing something wrong, I don't know that they would have like broadcasted to the media. And I know it seems egregious, but I guess that's just where I get a little bit like, I just scratch my head on it, because I'm like, I just think there's a disconnect sometimes, and I don't know the way to bridge that divide. I was pleased when we were talking about, maybe doing some expungement stuff, but just having a little bit of ancillary knowledge on this and a little bit of ancillary knowledge on how events have kind of evolved over time and how people would like to see them. It's a trick. It is, I'll be honest, I respect that, but it's a tricky one. I'm scratching my head on it a little bit.
Listen, I'm pushing this for one reason. Let me explain my thinking. Steve got up and very rarely does Steve have to sit here and keep his mouth shut the way and not say what he really wants to say. But Steve got up, Director Marks got up 2 hours ago, sitting in front of us, and rightfully so, that this is state that everybody's going to look at in the future. We are, in the state of Oregon, respected across the country for our knowledge and enforcement and regulations. And Steve Marks is on the front line of that, okay? I look to you to a certain extent. You've had some strong feelings on this, Commissioner Floyd. What's your feelings on where we should go on this?
I have strong feelings on settlements, and I know that this licensee was, forced to settle, as most licensees are, because if he'd not settled, Andy, what would it have been later on? 10,000 per violation? Is that monetarily? It would have been a lot more, right, for him. He had to settle, and then, of course, attorney fees. So there's that.
Commissioner Floyd, the penalty would have been license cancellation.
Or license cancellation. So he had to settle, but there's some misinformation out there, and I think that just to be fair, and I don't know that we do this often, I probably would say this is, I think, my first time up here, that would give him however long you said, 30 days to produce information that would show that there was some misguidance on how things were to be transferred out for these types of events.
I'll go whatever way. I'm not that strong on it. I just bring it up for a discussion. If you want to make a motion on that to wait 30 days, we can either vote it up or down. And then if not, that we can vote on this. It's up to you. Or,
Chair Rose.
Yeah, Andy, this has no reflection on you, obviously. This is a whole different issue than, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's right, Chair Rosenbaum, and I understand that, but I would also like to ask that if we did go down that road with this licensee, what does that say to the other 4 licensees whose settlements, for including multiple category ones, were approved and ratified by this commission?
Well, they're already been decided, haven't they?
Right, but we're in a position where we're looking at the same behavior and we're treating licensees different ways. So, this is not the first Budfest case that's come before this commission, but they're being treated significantly differently.
But one of the things that I can respond to you on is that, at least tell me I'm wrong, but this individual said that the OLCC went back into his farm, spent 4 hours looking for other violations and found nothing. I mean, what he's saying is he's a very, very good operator.
And Chair Rosenbaum, that is correct, which is why they got the settlement offer that they did. And Chair Rosenbaum, it's also true that because they were such a good operator, they did not have any additional violations lodged against them. They got the benefit of their good behavior.
I understand that completely, but I answered your question as to how we're looking at this and make a distinction on it. But then again, maybe, excuse me 1 second. Go ahead, Commissioner Curran.
I mean, I'm inclined to accept and vote yes today on this because, and I will say, just for the record, I'm in possession of the physical copy of the email received by the licensee, and I've read it in detail. And it's in front of me right now, but it's not inclined to change my vote today, primarily because of, I think, a couple of things. One, I think we need to be very careful when we read emails like this that we get from licensees. So the source of this email is concerning to me. The information that I received from the agency, who they have provided us with ample evidence to support the settlement. I really am not inclined to say that we should give them more time to provide more documents. I think that's just gonna confuse the matter. If they really did have something, they would have.
They would have given
produced
it.
If it was really, spot on, they would have produced it and shown it to us. And so I don't think that we need to give more time for that. And the other reason is, which is what Andrea is talking about, is kind of big picture, that I don't want to leave a precedent that people can send an email that says, I'm being blackmailed. I understand the nature, absolutely 100%. And I do believe we have discretion and we should use it when it's appropriate. But under the circumstances of this situation, we knew, we have been on what's going on, and I think we've all put on the record that we may be in favor of some sort of expungement or dismissal of some certain charges that potentially could apply. It's not a guarantee, but that we are in favor of some of these things that could change in the future. I think that might be the best way to handle it. But reading through this, I hear a lot of it's not fair argument when, I agree with, he's saying that it was pointed out to him that it was a gray area by some, and so forth. These folks either knew they were operating in the gray and still did it, or they didn't know the rules well enough, and were operating in the gray. Either one, I am not confident that this is where I would want to use my discretion.
And I look at you and say, look, not only do I understand that, I said at the very beginning, this individual had an attorney.
Right.
And he could have talked very well to the attorney, but he said he had no choice but to do it to us. Now, by having this conversation today, when the letters come up in the future, we've already had this conversation to a certain extent. And if we didn't have, the only place we can do this is out loud in this room. So this type of conversation has to happen in order for us all to be on the same page together anyway.
I agree, and I want people to know that we see this, we do read it.
Exactly.
We're not here to rubber stamp, as Chair Rosenbaum said, and,
And we take it seriously.
We do take it seriously.
If you don't want to make a motion, Commissioner Floyd, to.
Could I just say two quick
I'm
things,
sorry?
real quick? I'll say two.
Oh, I'm
quick
sorry,
things.
Matt.
Well, no, I just think that, like, to me, it gets down to, there was a lack of clarity on the event rules. That's thing one that we maybe need to look at in rulemaking, is get industry back in and talk a little bit more about the event rules. Thing two would be, expungement and getting some of these mistakes so they're not hindering people's future ability to go to other states or do whatever. So I just, those are the two things. I am intrigued to understand where there may have been confusion. I think I have an idea of where there could have been some of it, but I don't know that it applies directly to this case. But I think it's very important to consider when we're talking about expungement down the road, and which will hopefully be fairly soon, because that's one of the reasons why I'd even be somewhat okay approving it, is because, like, this thing is a work in progress. You broke the rules on the books at the time, that's one thing. You settled at the time, that's another thing. Then when we get it kind of parsed out, expungement, that's another thing. So, it's a work in progress, but I've seen this thing evolve, and I know I've seen it from all sides, and so I'm feeling for everybody right now, I guess, but that's all I will say.
Michael, you look like you're chomping at the bit to say something, although I think we're reaching a conclusion.
Yeah. I think Andy has to leave and he's taking over.
No, I'm certainly not taking over. Andy does such a great job. I just wanted to mention that staff has asked for kind of an up and down or down vote. And I was hoping that there could be a motion first to either approve or not approve the settlement that's been proposed. I would note that putting it off to get more evidence kind of gets the commission in the position of trying the case, and usually the ALJ does that, and it can lead to a lot of complications along the way.
You know how difficult we are.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I was gonna offer that. I think if we were going for more evidence, they should take.
Jennifer's gonna offer that motion first.
Okay, Chair,
We're there.
I move to ratify the stipulated settlement agreement as proposed by staff for TH3.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Raval,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. See, that wasn't so difficult. Boy, hey, Andy, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy.
And Michael, thank you again, but you have to put up with us on this because we do, I mean, we're not a rubber stamp.
Well, and not
I
only
like
that, but I think it's important, Andy, yes, thank you. But this is our only opportunity to talk to each other. We can't talk to each other prior to these things, right? And so it's really important for us to, if we have information, we've got to, this is where we have the opportunity to talk to each other, so.
Do we need a legislative statute in order for us to change this or what?
Well, I'm not sure what my answer should be on that, sir. But I do want to make a couple comments, couple of parts here. One, to realize this and expungement is definitely the wrong word, but some review of history and context of 408 that we're looking at. If we didn't have that in place, if we weren't talking about that, they would have had, not just going away, they might have had 3 Cat 2s under charge to them that became a part of their history that would change it. Specific penalties would just magically go away. The nature of those penalties being up against your license is what may go away here. And a couple of these, right, that were considered false statement, whereas wasn't it, Andrea, would still remain, and you heard Will testify to a category 1 potentially, right, under even as we go forward under 408. So it's not simple to think about how we adjust with all these. Your question, Mr. Chair, about how many of those are these, if you think back to the early camera violations that we settled, there was a ton of Cat 1s before we made it a Cat 2 on the first violation. So we got some histories built out there of our earlier rules, some of the changes. There are a lot. There are potentially a lot of these built in. Some more qualitatively easier to deal with and thinking about how they relate to history than others. It'll be a little bit harder.
We have one more piece of business before we go. It's Marvin's birthday.